Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the open meeting for Thursday, December 1st, 2022, and ask the Commission Secretary for information on today's agenda.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the minutes of the open meeting of Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the minutes.
Move we approve the minutes of November 22nd, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the agenda, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the notices associated with agenda items 2 through 5.
Move we approve the notices of investigation associated with agenda items 2 through 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I move we approve the notice of proceeding associated with agenda item 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just wanted some dramatic pause.
Pause for effect. Okay, that moves us to agenda item 6, which is docket 9300-DR-106, and Commissioner Nowak is going to lead the discussion today.
Thank you. Yes, just 6 months ago, Vote Solar, an independent 501c3 nonprofit with a reported 90,000 members nationally and over 500 in Wisconsin, filed a petition for a declaratory ruling, requesting the commission issue a declaratory ruling concluding that the owner of a third-party financed photovoltaic and/or PV system coupled with an energy storage device, also known as DER, will not be deemed to be or regulated as a public utility under Wisconsin Statute 196.015A when the system is the subject of a lease or power purchase agreement between the owner of the third-party finance system and a host customer. Vote Solar's petition asserts that one of its members seeks to utilize financing for a DER system in Stevens Point by signing a lease with a DER provider, and that other Vote Solar members seek to install third-party finance systems on their homes, businesses, farms, places of worship, and other locations via lease or PPA. Throughout the proceeding, the project in Stevens Point has been referred to as the Family Project. More particularly, Vote Solar explains that a Vote Solar member in Stevens Point worked with an entity called North Wind Renewable Energy Cooperative regarding the installation of an 8.64 kilowatt third-party finance DER system on their home via a lease agreement. Vote Solar provided a copy of the Family Project lease. Importantly, though we often talk about third-party finance DER systems or lease agreements, a key characteristic of the Family Project contract is that it is not merely an equipment lease. It contemplates that Northwind will sell power to the Stevens Point family. The family takes service from Wisconsin Public Service Corporation and would interconnect to that utilities system. Vote Solar also listed 7 characteristics of the contractual relationship between the Family Project and Northwind. The petitioner contends that 196.015A's definition of a public utility should not apply to DER providers using a third-party financing, and that those projects are at, quote, risk of being unable to move forward with interconnection and system installations and being able to remain financially viable after operation due to uncertainty regarding whether the commission will choose to step in and assert jurisdiction to regulate these private contracts and services as those of a public utility. Notably, Vote Solar doesn't point to any specific action the commission has taken with respect to the Family Project and doesn't assert that the commission had any prior knowledge of the Family Project that would signal that public utility regulation by this commission is intended. Nor does Vote Solar assert that the interconnection application of its member has been denied by an incumbent utility. Instead, they go on to make vague claims that utilities have denied interconnection applications, contends that the regulatory uncertainty stems from commission utility documents suggesting third-party finance systems will not be subject to regulation, commission staff's informal letters opining financiers of third-party finance systems may be subject, commission precedent suggesting it will review individual systems on a case-by-case basis, prior decisions declining to rule, commission pleadings asserting jurisdiction over some, and so on. Vote Solar's prayer for relief in the petition goes on then to request 8 items for which it seeks clarity. Vote Solar makes all of these claims, though, while also maintaining that 196.015A is not ambiguous and the law already allows third-party leasing arrangements that they wish to continue. If that's the case, I'm unclear as to why they have not brought us an actual controversy, such as an interconnection dispute. Also, if that's the case, why was legislation introduced in the last year that aimed to create an exemption from public utility regulation regarding renewable electricity? The bills, which didn't receive a hearing or vote, would have allowed what Vote Solar now seeks from this commission. I also was wondering why, this commission had notified our Department of Transportation that the law needed clarity with at least respect to electric vehicle chargers, which I think there's a close correlation between that type of arrangement here. And that correspondence came just recently as this summer from this agency. So numerous parties intervened in the proceeding, 18 to be exact, also undermining the argument that the question of what constitutes a public utility is settled law. Over this years, this commission has been asked to interpret the definition of a public utility with respect to third-party ownership of generating facilities. And again, depending on those facts presented, we've responded by declaring them that they're made on a case-by-case basis, or at times the question is more appropriately within the purview of the Wisconsin legislature. There's only one clear answer to this proceeding today, and that is to deny Vote Solar's petition. First, the commission is not obligated to issue a declaratory ruling. Whether to do so is discretionary. The cases that have considered the public utility issue have involved specific scenarios considered based on their facts and the particular facts and circumstances presented where there was an actual controversy. In the Kaukauna case, which I'll discuss a little bit later, that arose after the commission had threatened regulation. The Schumacher case arose when individuals were asserting that the power provider would not provide service to them and should do so as a public utility. Vote Solar hasn't identified any cases in which the commission or court weighed in to broadly establish that type of arrangement or category of providers that might be entered into in the future that would not be subject to public utility regulation. So the commission should see this petition for what it is, a request to change the law, change the regulation of utilities in Wisconsin that has existed for over 100 years, and engage in improper rulemaking. This commission should also not try to save the petition by issuing a narrow ruling that would apply to only particular facts and circumstances identified with respect to that family project. This commission should not be fooled by the bait and switch scheme from the petitioner that lies ahead if such a narrow ruling were granted. Moreover, Vote Solar doesn't even want us to grant a narrow ruling. In its own petition, Vote Solar contends that, quote, case-by-case basis that this commission has followed for the last several years is unreasonable, unduly burdensome, and an inefficient use of commission and petitioner resources. The practice acts as a de facto unsanctioned bar on small projects utilizing third-party financing, since the cost of clarifying the project status before the commission would undermine the project's economics altogether. While Vote Solar appears at times then to retreat from its broad request and discuss only that family project, the reality of what Vote Solar seeks is obvious. You just have to look at their prayer for relief. It clearly and unequivocally states it seeks a broad ruling of general applicability to those who seek and qualify for financing from them. And Vote Solar repeated that list, not a narrower ask in its brief. This goes beyond what 22741 contemplates for a declaratory ruling. Again, we have repeatedly denied similar requests in the past, noting that this is for the legislature to decide, and we lack authority to give Vote Solar what it seeks. And deferring to the legislature follows the pattern of how the issue has been addressed in other states. As noted by the Wisconsin Utilities Association, in 28 of the 29 states that have exempted third-party lease agreements from solar for public utility regulation, that authorization was derived via rulemaking, legislation, or judicial intervention. Wisconsin is no different. Agencies do not make law. I also cannot fathom why we as a commission would want to disclaim jurisdiction when we have no obligation to do so in a declaratory ruling context. We can and should resolve controversies that may arise between parties based on public utility status arguments, but that can be done if and when a dispute is actually ripe, through, for example, that appeal of an interconnection denial or a complaint from a utility. Taking a closer look then at what Vote Solar is asking, even if we were to apply the holding just to the family project, I still have concerns as to the interpretation of the contractual arrangement under the law. And we can go through I've done the Cocker analysis, which is, I think that's the one thing that everyone agreed here, is that we start with Cocker and its progeny and apply that case and its progeny here. This is not Cocker. Cocker said that that was a discrete set of facts. There were customers of the landlord, and he had not planned that provision of electricity was incidental to their main purpose in their relationship. They also said that a customer, it can just be one, the public can be one person. It doesn't have to be a plurality of people. It can be one person. And they also, I think, importantly looked at, you have to look at the business enterprise itself, not the piece of equipment at issue there. So I think that, you know, when you apply Cocker and the later cases that come after it, this is very different than that. So again, they've come back and forth. It was a little confusing sometimes in their briefings, and where they wanted to say, well, we have to look at this statewide. No, just look at the Vote Solar family, the family project. But really, they can't escape from their own admission that in the aggregate, what they want to do is to sell energy to all those that desire it and afford it, that they say can afford it. And the fact that the system that they want to lease is behind the meter, or that a contractual relationship exists between the customer and the third-party provider, is immaterial to the analysis. And I also found that their argument that developers would not be offering energy to the public because they would only enter into contracts with a subset of the public, meaning those that could afford it, to be particularly troubling, because what they're saying is essentially by discriminating, they can avoid regulation that would preclude them from engaging in discrimination. And this cannot be the law. In fact, the petition opponent cited cases showing it's not. Opponents to the petition also raised valid points about the lack of consumer protections raised to third-party leasing arrangements. Petitioner and its allies, I thought, responded with a very laissez-faire attitude, contending that these protections can be addressed later. However, they don't say when or by whom, and if by this commission, and how we would even have jurisdiction, since they don't want to be regulated by us in the first place. If we disclaim jurisdiction over these entities as Vote Solar requests, how would we even have the authority to regulate? This record reflects that Vote Solar's unidentified members intend to serve the broader public. However, that actually hasn't even occurred yet. We don't have a record demonstrating that North Wind, the only specific entity identified, has advertised its service to the public or has entered into a number of contracts at this point, only that it wants to do so. On this record, I don't want to determine whether North Wind or developers like it are public utilities. However, if it were presented to the commission in an interconnection dispute or complaint from a utility involving a solar developer providing power to all Wisconsin citizens who meet those site-specific and financial requirements that they've identified without some peculiar relationship between the solar provider and the customers, other than a power purchase agreement, I would be inclined to find that that entity would fall squarely within the definition of a public utility. And then finally, that the argument that the legislature hasn't acted over the years and somehow that opens the door for this commission to act is incorrect. It has considered legislation. It has acted, and it sent a message by not passing that legislation. And we have to respect that. It can't be saved here today by issuing a narrow ruling, because we've been told by the petitioners themselves what they will do: engage in a statewide effort to contract and sell energy to eligible customers. So I would deny the petition. Sorry, I know.
Okay, all right, thank you. For me, all that is before us today falls within the proper scope of a Wisconsin statutory 227.41 declaratory ruling. It is specific to the agreement between Northwind and the Vote Solar Family Project host customer, for which we have received a contract. The particular facts and circumstances have been developed in this docket. So my view is that under the statute, we absolutely have the authority to take a look at the specific facts in front of us and apply those facts as we deem fit. I don't feel necessarily hemmed in. I think that we have an ability to tailor what the declaratory ruling should say. I have a handout, I think, so I'm voting to issue a declaratory ruling. I think that when you apply Cocker and its progeny, it's clear that this is exactly the type of specific case that it falls within our jurisdiction. And so I will, I'm at alternative 3. I'm going to vote to issue a declaratory ruling, and that declaratory ruling is going to have 3 parts to it. So the 3 provisions that I would include in the declaratory ruling are that, number 1, the family project host customer to be served by a DER owned by Northwind Renewable Energy Cooperative under the arrangement and the specific facts and circumstances described in this docket is not by itself the public within the meaning of Wisconsin Statute 196.015A. Number 2, the family project does not produce, transmit, deliver, or furnish power either directly or indirectly to or for the public, as that phrase as defined by statute and interpreted by the courts. Number 3, as such, Northwind, as owner of the family project, a project utilizing third-party financing for the installation of a DER system to provide energy to the customer, is not, by virtue of that arrangement alone, subject to regulation as a public utility pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 196.015A. So I'll just keep it short and sweet and hear from you, Commissioner Huebner.
All right, perfect.
Just for those listening at home or watching on YouTube, the handout is available on the PSC's website under the events calendar. Sorry, Commissioner Huebner.
You're good. I'm going to give my thoughts, and then I'd like to take a break to review the handout after I go through. Thank you. As you said, Chair Vach, this is a 227.41 declaratory ruling request, and we as the commission have the ability to answer that question. As a policy matter, I think we have an obligation to answer the questions that are posed to us whenever we're able to do so, and that's why I voted to open up this docket. Whatever we do today, the legislature can still act. Any action we take does not remove any capacity from the legislature to take action. As to the legal merits and the case law that we're bound by, my review goes as follows. It is the entity that is a public utility or not. So we're looking at whether Northwind will become a public utility, and that's from the Racine case. Public utility has been interpreted as not just the measure of selling energy, heat, or water. It is the sale of that to the public. So what is the public? The public means, per Cocker, whoever might require the same. And furthermore, Schumacher states, it is where there is a monopoly or a service is offered to the public that which was before private property becomes impressed with a public use and is brought within the field of regulation as a public utility. Whether a particular business is affected with a public interest depends on the nature of the business, on the feature which touches the public, and on the abuses reasonably to be feared. Northwind today is certainly not a public utility. It's a solar installation company operating in an industry where there are many competing solar installation companies. In this case, the family project request does not replace the public utility. One of the stipulations is that the family will in fact remain a customer of the incumbent utility. Moreover, the 8 kilowatts of solar PV will provide power directly to the customer, and any additional power will be provided to the incumbent utility under a tariff. On this matter, the Oconto case has held that selling power to a public utility does not make you a public utility. Cocker also states the use to which the plant, equipment, or some portion therefore is put must be for the public in order to constitute a public utility. And the FRWD intervenor group, their brief at page 4 mentioned the same. In Cocker, the court further explained that the intent of the plant owner determines whether the power is to or for the public, not necessarily the number of end users. Thus, even where one or two users consume the entire output of a plant, the plant may still be a public utility if that is its intended purpose. However, in this case, Northwind, with an 8-kilowatt solar system, is not attempting to put the plant to use for the public. Its intended purpose is clearly stated to provide energy to the family. The size of the equipment contemplated is appropriate for that purpose. The amount of energy produced is designed to be about the same or less than the single family uses per year. If the host family is using up all the energy, then no other members of the public can reasonably be served. Therefore, the family project is not providing to the public because the energy goes one of two places, to the customer's loads or to the public utility. And as I said before, a sale to the public utility under tariff does not make you a public utility. That's the Oconto case. It's not providing for the public because the system is not sized to do that. Nor is Northwind obligated to provide power to whoever may require the same. And that's from Cocker. Because the local monopoly utility is already doing that, but moreover, because the public does not require solar panel electricity in the way it requires utility service. And certainly not from an 8-kilowatt solar PV system where the family will be soaking up most of the energy first. Cocker also states if service is intended for and open to the use of all members of the public who may require it. For this family project, it's clearly not open to the use of all members of the public. While Cocker and other cases discuss the unique contractual status, those cases do not say the arrangement must be pre-existing, as was mentioned in some of the briefs. In fact, that doesn't square with the Sun Prairie case, where it's obvious that tenants will be moving in and out, and thus a new tenant signing a new lease was anticipated by the court's decision in that case. The challenge that I have, and I think where maybe you landed, Chair Vach, is that we can't necessarily give an advisory opinion. We can't give an advisory opinion. And the facts of the family installation really preclude us from saying that such an entity would never become a public utility. However, nor can we use the possibility that an entity may attempt to sell this to dozens or hundreds of customers to deny this specific family project. If it only ever has one project, it's, to me, clearly not a public utility. So the argument that it could be hundreds or thousands is not ripe for us either today. I appreciate many of the public comments in this case as well. However, we can't deny this petition based on who does the work, union or not. We can't deny the petition because it may have an impact on a utility stock performance. We also cannot affirm the project simply because of energy independence or environmental improvement. Our job here is to apply the existing law to the particular question at hand. Finally, I'll mention that I do share the concerns regarding consumer protection and solar and DERs more broadly. I found Cub's views on this appropriate in that, you know, it's not just third party. There's issues with that today. However, there's not, maybe what would have been helpful in the docket is some more legal options for us to address that in particular. And we can continue to discuss that outside of this docket as well. So with that, I would like to take a short break and look at your handout.
Okay.
Okay, unless you have any other comments.
I'll just, my question, and I know where your guys' votes are, but at what point do then, if you're just going to say the one, is it 10, is it 100? Like how many, at what point does it become a public utility? Because that is clearly their business model, and by giving them a narrow ruling, it specifically was they said they don't want. and maybe it's the be careful what you ask for kind of thing. Because at some point, that is, I mean, Vote Solar's got members all over the country. They clearly aren't just concerned about this family in Stevens Point. I mean, that's their example. So this is going, like, so I think that that's why this is, we have to see it for what it is. But and we obviously read the Cocker and progeny much differently. But
Well,
Let's
I'll
leave it at
just,
that.
can I just respond to
Sure.
a question that I think wasn't answered in this docket that would need to be, continue to be answered for me to look at this more broadly, is the differentiation between the public utility, around the clock, 24/7, always there service,
Yeah.
versus you're gonna get energy when the sun's shining. And what is, you know, is that an ample replacement for public utility service? Because really, the Cocker progeny does not really go into that. It talks about sale, you know, our law is sale of energy to or for the public.
Yeah.
And so I think that's just a piece that isn't developed here. And that was one of the reasons I felt precluded from saying, you won't ever be a public utility, because we don't have case law today that would give us that.
yeah, I think it just has to say, are you selling? I don't, you know, because the
Yeah.
utilities also have the intermittent resources, so I don't know that
Right.
it matters if it's not available 24/7. It's if you have that sale for resale, then, but,
Right.
But, okay, take
Take
a
a
break.
short break.
I
yeah.
just,
Yeah.
the
Yep.
question that keeps coming up in my mind is, would we be having such a ferocious debate if the petitioner was Generac, for example? I mean, it's the same business model. Their business model is they're the number one provider of standby home backup generators in the world. So would we be having the same discussion if Generac came in and said, look, we need help because we're trying to enter into markets, and what we're hearing from potential customers is that this ambiguity is preventing us from continuing to be able to participate in the market? And I don't think we would. I really don't. So in my mind, it's the same thing, and I don't think we have the power to say, well, we're going to declare that your business model, you can only sell solar panels to 10 families. I think that that's way, way, way beyond
Right.
our statutory authority.
Yeah, see, the Generac thing, that starts to more focus at, you know, you're looking at the business model, but you're looking at the equipment. And if someone does create a business model where they're having a sale of energy and charging a person on a per kilowatt basis, then that falls under 196.015. So,
And I would argue that there are a lot of similar arrangements that are out there.
oh, there probably are a lot of things
Yeah,
happening, and
right,
that's why it is ambiguous, and I think there needs to be clarity, but the courts are probably gonna have to figure that out.
Yep.
And I mean, I guess I would just respond that, you know, again, with Generac, it's like to or for the public, because that's where the split has been, where the law says sale, the law that we have. But then the courts have interpreted as to or for the public, and what does that mean? If your home is without power and your Generac backup is providing you with energy, that's, to me, is, again, it goes down that line of you're not to or for the public. But we don't have a case specifically on that either. So I had a water analogy that I was told not to bring up. So I'll just leave it at that and talk about it off the.
All
So
right, how long?
maybe 5 minutes.
All right.
I just wanted to compare this with
Okay,
some of
we're
the
gonna
other
take a break.
information that we got, so.
All right, we're back from our break.
Thank you. I just wanted to compare this specific language versus some of the other documents. So I would accept this language that you've prepared, Chair Vach, and join you in issuing that declaratory ruling. Any further
Okay,
comments?
I was waiting for a but.
Nope.
But there's no but, okay.
No,
All right,
just need to get to my,
okay. You want to make the motion?
yep. So in docket 9300 DR 106, I move that we approve the declaratory ruling as listed in your handout and consistent with our discussion today.
Okay, I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay. All right. That brings us to agenda item 7, which is docket 5-UR-110. This is the joint application of Wisconsin Electric Power Company and Wisconsin Gas for authority to adjust their rates, and Commissioner Nowak is leading this one as well.
Okay, thank you. Find my notes. Give me a minute. Okay. Gonna walk through the game plan here first.
Okay.
It'd be great, and I have some opening comments too after.
Yeah,
be very
yep, nope.
helpful. We can
I'm gonna kind of lay out how I want to approach this
Great,
and the
thank
next
you.
one, just so we all have an idea, because we've got some lengthy documents in front of us, and I've got a, really more, I have a game plan.
Oh. On a very small sticky note.
I have a game plan. Let's,
All
we're
right.
gonna try to stick to the game plan, people.
Okay.
All right. Bob's got the red flags.
All right.
He's got the checkered flag.
Well, that's a secret. Okay, so we'll start off as normal with our introductory comments. So what we have before us in this case, and the what I'll call the sister or companion case, are settlements. And so we'll go through that normal settlement where the statutory requirements met, and then on the first one, because it was a partial settlement as to the issues, we'll go through the revenue requirement. My intention, though, because there was a partial settlement on almost everything in the revenue requirement except for ROE, although it's been broken down into separate issue questions for us. My intention for that is to kind of take those en masse unless someone wants to address them individually. And then intertwined there, and though, are some issues that are unsettled or outside of the revenue requirement that staff has brought to our attention. So we'll go through those. Once we then reach a revenue requirement, we'll pause for a moment, and staff is going to be keeping track while we're doing this to see where we land. Basically, are we closer to the staff audit revenue requirement, or are we closer to the settlement revenue requirement? That will then help us guide our discussion of where we can then jump to in cost of service analysis and then revenue allocation analysis. Because in our matrix, we have multiple ones to go depending where we go. So we'll do that, then rate design, and then wrap it all and put a bow on it. And then the next discussion should be shorter. One, there's a lot more issues that are not contested at all, and a lot of the issues are the same, the ones that we'll discuss. So I don't think that, I personally don't need to reiterate that point in the second case. So does that make sense?
My only question is, what about fuel?
That is wrapped in, so we'll, there are some uncontested ones, whatever, same thing, same applies to
All right,
fuel. What's
okay.
contested, what's not,
Okay.
know. And I know that we've been, for the ones that are truly uncontested, I was made aware that one of my fellow commissioners would like to discuss that, so I have those identified too specifically.
Thank you.
So, all right,
It was you.
so.
Always me.
Yeah, I figured it was you. I didn't want to. Okay, so this is the first one, the joint application of Wisconsin Electric Power Company and Wisconsin Gas for authority to adjust electric, natural gas, and steam rates. The applicant's filing in late April of this year indicated, $352 million revenue deficiency for Wisconsin Electric and $62.2 6.1 for Wisconsin Gas. Applicants updated their filing in July to reflect changes associated with the extension of the Oak Creek Power Plant. They indicate drivers for the deficiency include the decision to extend that power plant, the effect of increases in the Fed funds rate on the borrowing costs, an update in how the Standard & Poor's assesses the impact of power purchase agreements on utility credit ratings. They also identify the delay in the construction of the Darien and Paris renewable facilities and the impact of force majeure costs to the Badger Hollow 2 project. Regarding the drivers for natural gas and steam, they identified additional capital investments for their reliability projects. Interveners include the Citizens Utility Board, Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, Clean Wisconsin, Renew Wisconsin, Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage District, Walmart, Roundy's, International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 420, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 2150, and Walnut Way Conservation Corps. So as I mentioned, like, they filed in April, they had deficiency numbers, I think I may have, 320. The numbers, this was a little difficult in this case. The numbers changed depending on what date you looked at and then what audit was based off of. So I'm now going to go back. So their original filed deficiency for electric was 260.5. Staff's audit landed at 271.2. The settlement then came back again with a 9.8, using that as the reference. ROE 320.9. For gas, it was 50.7. Staff audit brought it down to 41.4. The settlement came in at 53.2. And then steam was 3.3. Staff revenue, the deficiency, they actually brought it up to 6.8, and then the settlement brought it to 8.6. So for both gas and electric, basically, they had the original filed staff audit, brought it down, then the settlement landed somewhere in the middle to overstate the numbers. But so following then the staff audit and the full staff audit, and after multiple rounds of testimony were filed, the applicants reached a partial settlement with all but 2 of the interveners, Walnut Way and Clean. Settling of parties agreed on a lower revenue requirement than what applicants filed, but higher than what staff proposed, as I just noted. And while they were able to reach agreement on revenue requirement, they didn't reach agreement on the return on equity or revenue allocation. I will say I am prepared to accept the settlement as is, in whole. I don't have any modifications to any of the components of it. I have read through it. I've read through the staff testimony on it, read all their briefs. I will say that, you know, I have in the past, as you know, accepted some and rejected some settlements. And settlements are always, there's always things in these that I look at and kind of raise an eyebrow. But I also know that there is that give and take. And on balance, the question we have to look at is it overall, as a package, reasonable? Is what was done, and are the parties that participated in it, was there an opportunity? And I think here, yes, there's a lot of things that were reached in this settlement that I think benefit both the consumers and the utility. They agreed to write off millions of dollars from COVID and other debt. They agreed to work with a lot of the interveners on future tariffs moving forward. They've extended more money into funds to help those that are in need to pay their bills and so forth. So I think, you know, on balance, there is, when we look at these and we go, is it overall reasonable? Just like although this compared to some of the other cases we've taken up recently and last year, we are seeing, you know, for a while we had utilities, they were coming in at, you know, flat or very low increases. This is, you know, things are catching up as far as construction, and also inflation is having, you know, it's affecting the utilities as well. And that's why we're seeing, you know, increases like we haven't seen from this utility in a while, but we certainly have seen bigger ones from others. And, you know, again, it's a reflection of where things are at in the economy. So again, when I want to go through the matrix, I'm not going to talk unless someone wants to individually. I'll say this is a settled item. I've, you know, magically marked it with a big S on my decision matrix, so I know that, just to call it out, that was part of the settlement. Before I address that, I want to say, Walnut Way and Clean did make comments on most of the issues from the settlement, not all of them. I'll say this about Walnut Way. Basically, what they tried to do is lead an effort to erode what we've known as our basis for rate making here in Wisconsin. The primary principle that we use is cost causer pays. And the testimony and analysis was, we have volumes of stuff here. It's all very complex. In the end, though, our job is, you can say it's simple. We determine whether utilities are run in a reasonable way. We allow them to make a reasonable return, ensure that customers are charged for the energy that they use in a non-discriminatory way. It's what our legislative mandate boils down to. And fairness in rate making is about ensuring people are charged for what they get and get what they're charged for. And what I saw Walnut Way ask us to do is now select winners and losers based on your address and income. And to me, that's an arbitrary path in rate making, and that is a very dangerous deviation from what we do and what our mandate is to do. And once we move down that path, we become completely untethered from our principle and statute, and we risk losing the benefit of doubt that courts give to our decisions. And to be sure, there is a need to help people that are in hardship. Everyone agrees on that in society and government. We have all agreed on that for decades. And there are so many options right now for individuals that need assistance paying their bills. LIHEAP, for example, received $113 million in 2021 to aid utility payments and home weatherization. However, only 29% of people eligible took advantage of that program, but it's still been increased by $1.3 million per year. The Wisconsin version of it received an additional $16.6 million in 2022 for heating assistance. And then in addition to these programs, the utility here, WEPCO, has agreed to contribute $4 million of shareholder funds to the Keep Wisconsin Warm Fund. And then they've also agreed to extend their LIFT program. So if, one of the things in here, and it's in the settlement, and it's a discussion to ask later, it's seeking approval for this PIP, Percentage of Income Payment Pilot Program. I think I won't be here, you need to be careful going down that road. Because then what is next? We start to make carve-outs for different people. And then to me, the question is, if you're gonna start to do that, then what program that I just listed are we gonna get rid of? Because you can't keep layering on top. So that was part of Walnut Way's, discussion in some of their, most of the time they didn't offer a substantive, I think, evidence-based response to their opposition to a lot of the points in the settlement. A lot of it was they're more concerned about the future discussions, and they basically can't control who's going to sit at the table and how that's going to happen. I think the adults, they will all sit together and they will figure this out. I think that will happen. I have confidence that that's gonna work itself out. Clean's opposition, my sense was that they mostly were opposed to a lot of the stuff in the settlement because they really wanted to include more performance-based rate-making concepts in there. Not an unfair point, but we currently have a docket going on that, and I think it's a bit premature to start to mesh those in, and we should wait till that proceeding is developed along the way. So that's the conclusion of my point. So that's why I just wanted to get all that out there now. So as we go through the settlement, that is why I have considered all their comments to it, but I will be taking the settlement as is, and anxious to hear where my colleagues are at.
Okay, thank you. So I am taking the opposite approach, actually. I am going to reject the settlement agreement in its entirety. I was prepared to go through and sort of give a roadmap in terms of what I think should be included from the settlement agreement, and I can still do that, and I'll participate in that discussion, because clearly there are plants that are now in service that need to be accounted for.
Yep.
There are deferrals that need to be accounted for. things like capital structure, securitization, pension, Inflation Reduction Act, all of those things need to be considered. But what I found almost breathtaking in this particular case was the veracity with which the applicants kept pounding and pounding and pounding away about, this is take it or leave it, take it or leave it, it's all or nothing. You cannot, I mean, it shows up in their comments to the decision matrix, it shows up in their briefing. They even put it very plainly in their brief. A decision by the commission to accept some but not all of the settlement agreement would allow settling parties to withdraw from the agreement, leaving all the parties in an uncertain procedural posture, given that there have already been hearings in this case. I would argue the opposite, that actually we were in a perfect position to sort of, for lack of a better word, cherry pick the parts of the settlement agreement that we found resulted in a fair and reasonable resolution to the docket, but I just kept reading over and over from the applicants, from CUB, from the Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, that no, if you start futzing with the settlement agreement, the whole thing's gonna fall apart. And so that led me, after going back and forth and reading it and rereading it, I'm going to vote to reject it in its entirety, but I will work to find out, depending on where you are, Commissioner Huebner. Certainly, we have to talk about ROE and what makes a reasonable revenue requirement, and if I can't get to a place where I agree with where you guys are on revenue requirement, then I'll just be dissenting. So.
Yeah. Before you go, they always say that. I
Yeah.
mean, and they said it even before we had the
yeah.
settlement law.
Yeah.
And honestly, they probably said, I see it and it doesn't register with
right.
me because I know we have the authority. We actually put that in the settlement law that, we can still modify parts of it. So,
Yeah.
like, to me, that was a copy and paste. And so I understand what you're saying. It's like a little like, how do you say that? But
Right,
that
right,
didn't
right.
bother me. Maybe I'm just like, I get used
Immune
to it.
Yeah,
I'm immune to it. Yeah.
But that reminds me of another point I wanted to make, and there's, I think, a little bit of an urban myth out there that somehow, some way, we, the commission, are telling parties that they have to settle. That's never been my view. My view is that there's enabling language that allows party to settle if they think that that's in their best interests, but we are not obligated to take that settlement agreement. We have the authority to approve it, deny it, or change it. And it's not a shall, it's a may, that we may approve a settlement agreement. And yes, the statute starts off by saying that the parties are encouraged to settle where they can, but the commission is not a party. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. Great, well, thank you very much. Thank you for leading the docket for our discussion, because I know there's extra effort that goes in to doing that. And as you mentioned, the record here was voluminous. I want to first thank our staff. These were very large cases, and running them both at the same time, and there's a lot of similarities, but the numbers are all different. And so there's just a lot that goes into that. The decision matrix on this case alone is 194 pages, and that's just a snippet of the entire record. So I think staff did a tremendous job in preparing the decision matrix, the information, and they've been very helpful to me in the last week and a half on crunching numbers and trying to figure out where are we at and what are the options in front of us. So first to there. To me, the record here presents quite a dichotomy. On the one hand, we certainly have essential public services, electricity, natural gas, and steam service, that require investment to keep up and that the customers are relying on. This utility and all utilities really across the nation are in the middle of some form of energy transition, whereby expenses on renewable energy projects are starting to be paid for now, while the benefits of reducing fuel costs and capacity payments are going to come down kind of 1 year at a time. And so, based on these expenditures, we've been presented with a proposal and a settlement agreement that in total leads to an overall rate increase of about over 10%, pending the decisions we make today. And on the other hand, I sat in the public hearings in Milwaukee. I know you were there, Chair. I know you read the comments. Commissioner Nowak, you watched.
Yep.
By my count, we've received over 1,770 public comments. And by my read, and certainly listening to, the vast majority of those are coming from customers who are struggling to pay their bills today at a utility with one of the most expensive rates in the Midwest, and let alone, they appear to be at a loss as to how they're going to be able to afford 10% more, especially as those customers are hit with economy-wide inflation in every area of their life. I don't want to necessarily say this is a breaking point. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Maybe you're there, Chair. But I will say that I think it's come time to make some hard choices. Can we really continue to pay for retired power plants as we bring in the replacements? Can we really continue to set returns higher than industry averages? There's some specific points, with, I think, lack of justification in the record. The first one is the S&P's adjustment that would cost customers $19.9 million on a nuclear facility that's been in place for 30 years. The risk profile has not changed on that facility. Nothing has changed about the agreement, and yet there's a statement and an exhibit. The exhibit doesn't ever have a number of $19.9 million in it. So we'll talk about that one. The other one is not even in the decision matrix. The next one for me is the storm hardening program. I know that that is an important piece. It's something Pub Service is doing, and they're bringing it to WEPCO. I understand the outages. My hesitations are two. Number one, there's a lot of federal grants coming on resiliency. There's federal programs. The Department of Energy has infrastructure dollars, Inflation Reduction Act dollars. I would like to see those pursued. And the second is, I do appreciate the information provided by the witness. I'm going to pronounce it Pecha, if that's correct, and if it's not, I apologize. P-E-C-H-A. There was 10 pages of testimony. There was certainly some exhibits. There was some cross-examination. $38 million in this test year of a $700 million program. I used to work for a nonprofit. We wrote more to get a $25,000 grant, than what's in here. And I don't dispute that the need may be there. I think that we need to be sure that those dollars are being most expediently spent, and where there's other people's money, like the federal government's, let's take advantage of that. Another uncontested item is the capital structure. We're coming into this case at 52.5%. It's basically described as a given that we're going to go to 53. It used to be more like 51. It's just stated this is what it is. There's no discussion. There's no record evidence that that makes more sense than 52.5 to me. So those are, we'll go. My approach was going to be to go through these, so I'll follow your lead, Commissioner Nowak, on how you want to do it. But my thought was a little more one by one, I guess, and we'll just kind of see where that goes. But I want to finish by this and saying that my goal today is to try to bridge these gaps. We have an essential company that is essential to its customers. We know that company needs to be able to provide reliable energy services that its customers need. We know it needs to be able to attract capital to continue doing that and to continue transitioning towards the zero fuel cost renewable energy resources that, according to their generation reshaping plan, will ultimately be a benefit to customers and will save. We know that. But we have to recognize, I feel, that customers are hurting, and it's our job to be that balancing point. So those are my opening comments.
Yeah, let me just respond to a couple of things. First, the this conversation makes me a little nervous about, I mean, we have had a very constructive regulatory environment here in Wisconsin for decades. And some of the things I've just heard, depending on where you land, may give me a little pause about what this is going to, how this will impact that environment we have, which is good for everybody. It's good for the customers and the utilities. And, you know, departures from where we've been need to be measured. And yes, these are, you know, there was a lot of participation in this case. But as I noted, you know, I think one of the things that's interesting about the settlement is that you've had, you know, particularly the Citizens Utility Board, they agreed to a lot of these things. That's the entity that, you know, that we pay to go out and represent the ratepayers. And, you know, the analogy I used in my head was they agreed to put all this stuff in the shopping cart. Now it's time to pay, and they're like, I'm not sure that we should pay for that part. Well, you helped fill up the shopping cart. So, you know, we've got to eat our vegetables here. We've agreed to, this is a part of the transition. Some of these changes are due to things outside of the control of the company. Because, again, we saw it with the other utilities. And I guess I didn't hear as much concern before. So, but we can go through these. So let's see where we all land. So are you going to wait and see where we land on stuff?
No,
or are you
I'm in
on-
the, yes, basically, but I'm starting at the settlement.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But I'm not accepting it in total.
Okay.
Because on certain issues, I would make adjustments.
You have some changes?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. Okay. All right, so, well, you kind of threw my game plan off a bit.
I think maybe we'll get there.
I'll try to get back on blanket. Okay, the first three issues, are we good? Okay. First three issues relate to the statutory requirements of, you know, was procedure followed for a settlement agreement. I am an alternative one for 1, 2, and 3.
I am as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm at Alt 1, and Alt 1.
Okay. Okay, so this brings us to the revenue requirement portion of the settlement agreement and some other things that popped in. I suppose that then this is more of an overarching question on all of the changes affecting revenue requirement. I would be at alternative 1 here. I suspect because you guys have indicated you want to go through some things individually, you want to defer a decision on this?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Bring my little stickies. Okay. For A is uncontested. 4B, sub-issue 1 relates to West Riverside acquisition. And while that was not approved last week or 2 weeks ago, I can't remember, this is basically a placeholder if for some reason it is approved before the end of the year. And I don't know that we're going to take it up before the end of the year. I initially had this, we can probably skip this, but just in the event that we schedule something before the end of the year and it's approved, I would be at alternative 1, allowing deferral.
So I wouldn't. I would just, I'm at Alt 2. I wouldn't include it unless and until we do approve it.
So you just want to go to 4B2, because that's basically what it says?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alt 2.
For 4B sub-issue I, I'm at Alt 2.
And then sub-issue II. Page
So
8.
for issue 4B sub-issue Romanet 2.
1.
1.
You're at
Romanet
Alt
1, I'm at Alt 2.
Yeah, but the Romanet 2,
I'm at Alt 1.
yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Commissioner Huebner?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For sub-issue 2, you're at Alt 1 to authorize a deferral?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Are you, yes?
I mean, if we're not going to take it up before the end of the year, then that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
All right. And so we are authorizing deferral?
yes,
Okay.
And
I
carrying
can
costs,
join
is
you at
that
alt
alt
one.
one?
yep,
Carrying
short term,
costs.
yep.
Yep.
Okay.
For B, Romanet 3 is uncontested. Issue 4C relates to force majeure costs at Badger Hollow 2, consistent with our discussion in the MG&E proceeding. I'm at alternative 1.
I am as well for Badger Hollow.
Yep, I'm at alt one on that as well. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think we understand the solar market was upended by that petition, so 4C, alt one.
Okay. And then 4D is a little weird because there's actually a 0 in there, so I guess alt 1 at 0? Same difference, yeah. So I'm at alternative 1 as it
Right,
remains at
because
0.
It's 0,
Yep.
right.
I'm at alternative 1 on 4D.
Okay. So 4E is a settlement issue. Is there, do either of you wish to discuss the steam issue on 4E, steam restoration?
For the steam restoration, I was okay with including those.
Okay. Okay,
You're at alt one? Yeah, I'm at alt one on this as well, and a special thanks to Cindy for providing me the information on these dockets. So I'm at alt one. Okay.
so your EA. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, the next one, 4E, sub-issue Romanet 1, was not part of the settlement agreement, but it has to do with any insurance proceeds related to that, the flooding. So I'm at alternative 1, deferring those costs.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Okay. So I have, if I've looked at this correctly, issues 4F through L, all are in the settlement because I am at accepting the settlement as is. I would be at the settlement position for all. So if you guys want to flip through and let me know if there's any that you wish to discuss.
I want to discuss all of them pretty much.
All of them? Okay. So 4F, the full-time equivalency rate for employees, there was the audit was done. They restored some, but not as many as the utility had requested. I thought the settlement reached they had a better discussion of the management employees, and they restored the union positions as well.
Yeah.
So I was at the settlement on this one. So it would be two.
So this is one that one of the reasons why I'm rejecting the settlement, because I would have taken commission staff's adjustment to this. I think that this has been sort of a shell game that has been played for a long, long time, where the application shows a large number of FTEs being needed, and then they don't get filled. And so we're authorizing buckets of dollars to hire people, and then when you go back and look at historically, have those positions been filled? 9 times out of 10, the answer is no. And so I thought that staff's adjustments were appropriate when they came back and suggested removing the part-time seasonal and the non-represented positions. That was in Deborah's surrebuttal testimony. I would have taken her adjustments, and I understand that the settlement agreement restored all of the positions, the 143 represented positions, and the 14. The other thing that I've thought about is, when this comes up, does it make sense for us to say, okay, if you're claiming right now that you need 100 FTEs, that then we can condition that on those FTEs actually being hired? Because my concern is that we continue to pump money into these FTEs. The FTEs don't get filled. That pot of dollars gets used for something else related to O&M. And then the next year, the next filing, next year, the way that it's been going, it's every year, the next filing comes in and they say, well, no, we still need 145 more. But we just gave you money for 145. And those positions still aren't filled. So I think that staff did a good job of going back and looking at year-to-date averages and that their adjustment was appropriate. So this one I had a very hard time with. And I just, this has come up before, and I wonder why Cub is agreeing to some of the issues that they are agreeing to. And this was one that made me absolutely scratch my head. So this one I have a big problem with.
So Chair, you would accept the represented positions that the labor unions commented on specifically coming back, but you would keep out
Yes.
the seasonal and non-represented. And
Correct.
that's exactly where I am.
Correct. Yes.
So that would put me at Alt 1 for a portion, I think for a portion, as we just
Yep,
discussed.
that's where I am as well.
Okay. Okay.
I'll stay where I'm at.
It does, yeah, your commentary, we'll talk about pension later, but it makes me wonder to think about escrow type approach to
Right.
the staffing.
Right.
So I don't know if that can be looked at. So,
The next is for G, maintenance adjustments for O&M. Staff had a larger adjustment than what the settlement had presented to us by the tune of about $7 million that all related to the Port Washington gas plant. I'm sorry, 6.2 million, the total was 7. So, for staff, again, I was at the settlement position.
Okay. And this one, I was not.
Okay,
So I don't really know where that puts me.
Alt 1, I
I guess
think.
it's alt one.
staff.
Yeah. That's where I am too. I'm at Alt 1. Okay, yep.
The revenue requirement updating for interest and inflationary increases, this is one of those things where, again, you look at the settlement as a whole. Last week we had it, it was a standalone, there was no settlement. I didn't accept it, but I gave the benefit of the doubt to the groups here that this was included in the back and forth here. And again, like you said, traditionally, this was something you wouldn't think that the customer groups, I guess this explains to me why last week Citizens Utility Board was silent on when we had the MG&E one in front of us. So, but this was in the settlement. This is part of that give and take, so I would take the settlement position.
And I would not, to be consistent with our discussion last week. So for this one, I'm at alt 2.
I'm at Alt 2 as well.
For I, what is the appropriate natural gas price impact related to the storage, inventory, working capital, and gas sales? So this, again, was an adjustment. Staff didn't, I don't think, felt very strongly about it, but I would be at the settlement position from where the staff had said it's not traditionally updated as well. But this one was, and it was included in the settlement, so I would keep it in here.
Okay. And I would not. I'm at alt 1.
I'm at Alt 1.
Issue 4J is how should the COVID-19 regulatory asset be addressed in revenue requirement? This was a write-off by the utility in the millions of dollars. I think it was 9.5 for WEPCO, 1 million for WEPCO gas, and 2.4 for WEPCO gas, or I'm sorry, Wisconsin Gas. So I would accept the write-off. Again, this is, goes hand in hand with the issues that we had just discussed, I think, as
Yep.
being part of the package.
And this one, because I think it's in the best interest of customers, and it was appropriate to support this one, I'm at Alt 1.
I am also at Alt 1 on this.
For K, should revenue requirement be adjusted for electric, natural gas, and steam rate base and construction work in progress, inflationary increases? Again, I would accept the settlement here.
And again, I would not, so I'm at Alt 1.
Yeah, I'm at Alt 1 on this too, and as I understand it, it's just what staff sees historically is a certain budget, and it's almost the same as the staffing. Is a certain budget goes in, and then, you know, some percentage, a large percentage, but not all of it is spent, and so there's a delta. And this is attempting to say, well, this is adjusting for that, for what is actually usually installed. So I would retain staffs. Yep.
For L, should the revenue requirement for WEPCO electric operations be increased to reflect the Standard & Poor's methodology change for valuing off-balance sheet obligations? Again, we can talk about this, or when we get to, I don't remember, there's a sub-issue for it too. But this was a weird one. We haven't seen it before, but this has to do with how S&P considers the Point Beach PPA. And they made a methodology change that imputed more debt onto them, and that causes a lot more risk and really can lead up to, I think it was in their testimony, over $200 million in increased payments on that PPA over the life, or the remaining life. So there needed to be an adjustment made. From my understand, the utility did work with S&P to try to already moderate that, and this is where the settling parties landed. It's not an ideal situation, but I don't know what else you can do. This was a change from Standard & Poor's. It might be happening to other utilities around the country that have, types of contracts. So I would be, accepting this methodology change and the revenue requirement increase associated with it, alternative 1.
So this one was hard for me, and again, that's why I don't like settlements, and I dislike partial settlements even more, because sometimes the math doesn't add up. And I didn't think that there was enough information here for me to understand why it was agreed to. However, I also look at it pragmatically and say, like you said, Commissioner Nowak, this is coming from S&P. This isn't something that is hypothetical. And so I can recognize that as something that needs to be addressed. I'm a little unsure as to why we haven't seen this from others.
I think they just changed that methodology this summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
if
guess
I'm remembering, I don't know, my brain is starting to get a
we'll
little fried.
be
But
seeing more of this. At the end of the day, I was actually comfortable accepting this one. So I was at alternative 1.
And I'm at Alt 2. And the reasons why are that, this settlement has to have evidence on the record. And Mr. Zagansk cites this. He has an exhibit, number 6. It's a sheet of numbers. None of the numbers are $19.9 million. We also have an order point on this from the past rate case that they are to provide kind of any and all information from S&P or Moody's, whoever, on off-balance sheet reports. That's not here. And so the third piece of this puzzle for me is that maybe there is a lot more PPAs going on, and S&P feels like there's some sort of need to adjust for the risk. This particular plant has been around for decades. This plant is owned by the largest utility in the United States of America, NextEra. This is not a fly-by-night solar wind PPA that might go bust. This is a humongous company that owns this plant. And so to say that there's more risk in 2023 than 2022, I don't think that that's true. And if we need some sort of exemption from S&P to address it, let's go pursue that before we bill ratepayers $19.9 million. So I think this is a bad and unsupported So I'm no, all two.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking for as a feasible thing. So,
Well, of course it is.
yeah,
I mean, and if it's not, then please provide in the record your correspondence with S&P and why exactly they refused to make the change on this particular plant, because I just don't see that the risk related to the PPA at Point Beach has changed at all. That we have never given any indication that that would not be recoverable in rates, ever. So, so that's fine. I'll dissent. That's okay.
Okay.
We can move on.
all right. I think we're on issue 5. Should the commission authorize a limited reopener for 2024? I was at alternative 1.
I was as well. I will get on my soapbox for just a minute. Once upon a time, back in the olden days, we had a schedule where utilities would come in, set, certain utilities would file in even years, other utilities would file in odd years. And then somewhere along the way, that blew up. And now we're faced with all sorts of stay-out orders. It's not a rate case, stay flat case, partial settlement, full settlement, a settlement that's not, we're not calling it a settlement. And it seems like it's happening every single year, the cadence. And then the filings are being made later and later and later and later. But the request to have something by the year end magically remains the same. So there's got to be, there's an inflection point there in terms of, I think it would serve everybody, customers, utilities, administrative efficiency, if we could find our way back to a reasonable cadence, and to go back to biennial rate cases that are done on a staggered schedule. That's a really long way of me saying, I'm sort of agnostic. They're going to make a filing whether or not. So we authorize it. They say, well, you authorized it as a limited reopener. If we say, no, you're not authorized, I'm going to bet dollars to donuts that we get a filing next year anyways.
Yeah, I mean, they can come in regardless of whether we talk about
Right.
this today or not.
Right.
Yeah, we have seen an increase, and we've gotten off pat. I mean, it was a, you know, informal, formal pattern, right? I mean, it was staff's, it was, you know, it's not mandated.
Orders are informal.
Well, some people think they are.
It's true.
Well, just
So,
let me
yeah,
interject.
go
that-
ahead.
I mean, coronavirus changed
Yeah.
things a lot.
And
we just have to
inflation.
recognize
Inflation,
that,
too.
like,
Yeah.
it got strange when you didn't have a sales forecast, because you didn't know. You didn't know. Was everybody at home? Was businesses coming back? I mean, we have to recognize.
This predates that.
It does. And so I think your point is well taken, though, that, okay, now that we're past that, do we reestablish? So,
I mean, we had
sorry
NSP
to
in like
interrupt,
every
but
year because of that, you know,
Interchange.
cleanup. So,
Yeah.
Right, right,
best laid plans,
right.
right?
That's a
Okay,
long
so
way
are
of
we all
me-
at alternative 1?
So I am, but I want to talk about this some more in that, you know, we're going to talk later about what to do with, you know, the Walnut Way recommendations and collaboratives, energy efficiency. So I have a handout that I'll do at the end, and it kind of sweeps in some of the things I think that we should be looking at between now and then. But I guess I'll just flag it now that I think there may be some other of those issues that aren't necessarily bringing in new plants or the retirement of Oak Creek, that, you know, there may be some of these programs like LIFT or an expansion of it that we want to look at. And the Oak Creek Power Plant is another one, depending on, you know, what ends up happening with that. So my understanding, though, is that, you know, we would put out an order to reopen, and if there's additional items we want in the scope, we can address it then. I just wanted to flag that I'm supportive of it, but I think it needs to include some of the issues that we haven't yet talked about
You're at alt 1.
at the end of the day.
Don't make me get my Tylenol right now. 'Cause-
And I'll join you at Alt 1 because I'll use it as an opportunity to put in requirements to the
Yeah,
limited reopener.
after lunch, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Okay. Issue 6 is whether or not we should authorize deferral accounting treatment to capture differences between estimated and actual revenue requirement impacts associated with retiring Oak Creek plants 5 and 6. And this is the result from the change in their retirement dates in the units. So I'm at alternative 1.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Issue 7 is what is an appropriate amortization period for the tax reform refunds associated with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act? Should a final true-up of those be required in the next rate proceeding? I'm at alternative 1.
I am as well.
Yep. Alt 1.
Issue 8 relates to deferring any impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act with or without carrying costs, and believe consistent with the other utilities we've handled, I would be at alternative 1 at short-term debt.
I am as well.
Same at short-term debt, yep.
The next one was not in the settlement, but commission staff flagged it for discussion, and whether we should require them to implement escrow accounting treatment for pension and other post-employment benefit costs. I understand that the way that this utility does it is different than how we have treated it for others. However, because if they're coming back next year, I'd like to see more of a record on this. The only thing we have in here was the other utilities do it this way. I would like to see more of a response and understanding of, I think there is some already, they just do it differently. And I don't know that this needs to be done today, is what I'm saying. Like, let's just get a little more information on it other than we do it this way for the others. I'd like to hear a bit more of a response and see why, I don't remember why we haven't. So I'm at alternative 2, and it can be dealt with later.
Okay, I'm at Alt 1.
Yeah, I respect your position, Commissioner Nowak. I was at Alt 1, and I guess my understanding from staff was basically this is a change that's being made as, full rate cases are being addressed, and it's a protection for the customers, and because it's an escrow, it goes both ways, so it protects both sides. Okay.
Issue 10 is uncontested. Actually, 10 through 21 are all uncontested.
Yep.
And so those were not flagged for needing discussion. Issue 22 is what is the appropriate conservation budget? I was at alternative 1, although if I read this correctly, Clean and Walnut Way, I think they were supportive, but interestingly, they would have added $10 million to the revenue requirement on this one with their additions, which I found a bit ironic. But anyway, I'm at alternative 1.
I am as well.
Okay, just please give me 1 minute to catch up.
Sure.
You're on issue number 22?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm at alternative 1.
Okay.
We'll talk about Clean Wisconsin's proposal. We can talk about the Walnut Way efficiency proposal as well. I think where we are today, those need to be filed as, tariffs and increases that we would deal with later. So, okay, Alt 1.
Okay, the next is issue 23.
Yep.
A, which is uncontested. And then 23B, which we more or less touched on. But because it relates to that adjustment that was done through S&P. And this is the adjustment to their target, equity ratio target for their financial capital structure. I'm at alternative 2.
Yeah, I am as well because I would accept the S&P adjustment.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm at Alt 1, no. Yes, I'm at Alt 1. So basically, I mean, this is going to dramatically raise rates because they're gonna have a rate-making common equity ratio of 58%, we came into the case at 52.5. Their ask was 54.5, and now it's gonna end up at 58. So not getting the 19.9 removed earlier, this is about an $11 million savings to just adjust on the financial basis. So no, I would adjust this.
Okay.
Okay.
Issues 23C through H are all uncontested. However, Commissioner Hebner, do you
Yep.
still want to discuss 23C?
Yeah, just 23C. I mean, again, it's uncontested, but there's no, somebody's getting a Skype call.
Did you hear the,
Yeah, was that Teams maybe?
I don't know. Okay, anyways.
23C is the common equity ratio. So 53%, well, it's stated that it is, that they are asking for it, but we come into this case at 52.5, so there's nothing in the record justifying a change. There's no evidence at all. So for that reason, I actually would not accept this. I would I would keep it at 52.5. And this goes back to my initial comments and your comment, Commissioner Nowak, about, being a supportive regulatory agency, and we want to do that, but we have to balance. We have to balance. This is a utility whose rates were below average. We were a state that was below average rates, and we have flipped the script, and now we are second, if not the highest rates in the Midwest. And part of the reason that has changed is related to capital structure and ROE. And so I just think this needs more scrutiny. I don't know why Cub and Wig didn't argue this point. So I wouldn't change it,
Yeah, sorry.
and I would leave it at 52.5.
There's always a lot of attention to the ROE and capital structure, and I don't mean to minimize the dollars involved, but there are other, for some reason, that is the eye candy or whatever, is what people pay attention to, because maybe it relates to profits, which are not bad, but, it's like, well, they're making profit. But, and we talk about this with all utilities, there are other bigger drivers of rates that I think don't get as much scrutiny and the attention that probably they deserve. But this is the shiny object.
Yep.
So I appreciate your concern. So,
I
okay,
agree
so.
100%. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a nice headline grabber to
Yeah.
talk about ROE.
Yeah.
But again, if you're doing your job and you're trying to balance the interests of the consumers with the interests of the shareholders,
Yeah.
there are far bigger buckets of dollars
Yeah.
to go after.
Yeah.
So just for the record, talking with Justin Adams on, what is the cost of this? This is $2.46 million, the difference between 52.5 and 53%. So, and as I said at the beginning, my overall is that we've got to find a middle ground between the 10.33% or even 10.66% revenue increase if the ROE stays where it is, and, the clear sign that we saw from customers that they can't afford it today. And so I just think all those little things, they may be shiny, they may be not. Everything matters at this point with this particular utility. Every dollar adds up.
With all utilities.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we're at 24A on that shiny object. Reasonable rate of return. As usual, we see a wide variety of, I think, positions advocated for. And so I always approach this like, what are we guided by? What do we have to keep as our guardrails? And I think really we have to start with, those principles from the U.S. Supreme Court in Hope and Bluefield cases. And Ms. Bulkley's testimony talked about some of those, the guiding factors. That's the consistency of allowed returns with businesses of similar risk, adequacy of a return to provide access to capital and support credit quality, and the requirement that the result leads to adjustable and reasonable rates. We've consistently applied these along then with, you mitigate, you look at then the gradualism along with that when you consider a reasonable ROE. So I did find her analysis more persuasive here than the others, just because it was built primarily around those factors. And she also used, widely used cost of equity models that we've seen, the discounted cash flow, capital asset pricing, empirical capital asset pricing, and the bond yield risk premium models. So those are the usual ones that you see and are used by others around the country. She also, I thought, put some evidence in there that shows that we do have to, that why gradualism is important. And again, it's that emphasis on the adequacy of the return to provide access to capital and support of credit quality. And the example I thought that she provided regarding the downgrade that was made by the Arizona Corporation Commission that lowered that Arizona Public Service, I think it was, ROE from 10 to 8.7%, and then the resultant lowering of their credit rating for the utility and its parent company, I found very cautionary and instructive here. As I noted before, we have been known for our constructive regulatory environment, and it's that way we approach things that makes it both a positive for consumers and companies. So I always think, the parties calling for a radical lowering of an ROE, I doubt that they would take responsibility for what analysts called in Arizona. They then labeled it as a destructive regulatory environment. I think it's also important to consider that we've experienced 6 federal rate hikes since March. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Market instability, we see that demonstrated daily. Economists seem to debate still whether we're in a recession or not, or we're headed towards one. So these economic facts, I think, support for, maybe down the road, there might be actually, moving up ROEs, and I'm not going to propose that at all today. But if we abandon gradualism today, it might just lead to then a boomerang increase in the next cases. And then that, I think, moves Wisconsin out of our reputation that we've earned over years for promoting stability. So, given all that, we can't, I don't know what that was. We can't ignore these facts about, those principles and the state of the economy, and I think would be imprudent to inject then more risk into the financial health of the entities. So the best way to maintain their ability to attract that capital when they're investing billions in dollars to transition the generation fleet is to keep to those well-known principles and methodologies. And so that's where I landed, that we don't make any change to the ROE. I think we should hold steady because of where the ranges are at. I wasn't persuaded at all by Mr. Keim's analysis, and it would actually have this commission abandon our longstanding and really widely accepted methods of determining ROEs for utilities. And typically, I do like to see those ranges out there because they're like a little bit like a cost of service. It's what goes into those methods, and there is reasonable disagreement. But I just found that so out of range, and, with the methodology not widely accepted, really, that's only, I think, been used once or twice, even just by this commission. I gave little weight to that. And then the other thing I noted, too, was that even the commission staff analysis, which was very good, using the DCF models, but when you adjust those, those don't account so much for inflation and that was acknowledged. And so even when you, I think, turn the dial on that a little bit and adjust it for a little bit inflation, you land to where we're at now. And so I think we need to maintain some stability. So I wouldn't modify it either for WEPCO or Wisconsin Gas.
Okay. So I agree with you, Commissioner Nowak, in talking about Cub's analysis. I think it's radical. And I don't think it reflects gradualism. I also don't think it reflects our need to continue to balance the interests of ratepayers and shareholders. I think that we're seeing many in the utility sector be changed from stable to negative from the rating agencies. And I think that that's a direct reflection of Wall Street understanding exactly what Commissioner Huebner pointed out in the beginning. And that is that we're at an inflection point, and there's a need right now to lower ROEs in the interest of trying to keep costs as low as possible. So I thought that Justin Adams did a really great job. I thought his analysis was very, very robust and fulsome, and I would use the 9.8%. So I'm at Alt 2.
Okay. I will join you there, Chair Bach, with some comments too. I found the analysis presented by Dr. Keim to be very helpful on understanding the cost of equity and the difference between that and the return. I thought that that was a concept that we should have in mind, that there is a difference between what the investors really require and what is authorized as a return, and there's policy choices between that. In the state of Wisconsin, the gap to me was there was 3 factors identified, and then it was, well, the utility's kind of average, so we're going to just go with 9. And I didn't find that there was a record evidence to say 9.0 was right based on that. I think we're doing performance-based rate making on some specific topics. If that continues, to have legs, some other states are looking at that. I think England or the UK in particular is doing more on this. Mm-hmm. So maybe there's certainly more, but we would have to signal a very clear sign to the utilities, to Wall Street, to everybody. What are you being evaluated on? How do you get that ROE? How do you get above it? Like, we would just have to, there's a whole huge process we would have to do. We're not there. We're not there. But I would reduce it to 9.8. I would be comfortable reducing it a little lower myself, because I think we're above industry average. I actually look back at some old orders, and there's a 2015 from Pub Service where Commissioner Hipsch, in that case, was dissented. But this was 2015, and he would have gone with 9.75. So I think there's some history that, we have been above average. We can talk more in more cases about why that is, but I do think it's appropriate to go down a little bit because we've been above average, but I don't think we should go too far because the market is changing literally under our feet, and we understand that. So I would join you at Alt 2. And my final thing, just noting that really, commission staff's range really is like 9.8. Down lower, but as I said with Superior, I think we got to kind of get in the range and not be above it. So I would join you at 9.8. Okay.
Issue 24B is the reasonable interest rate for WEPCO's short-term borrowing. I'm at alternative 2.
I'm at Alt 1.
Okay, I was at Alt 2 on this. Yeah, Alt 2.
24C is the long-term borrowing rate. I'm at alternative 2.
I'm at Alt 1.
Sorry. Short term for Wisconsin Gas, you're on 24C?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Jumped ahead.
Nope.
24C.
Yep, I'm at Alt 2 on that as well.
24D is whether or not the WEPCO should earn a return on the credit facility and rating agency fees be disallowed. It's not a big dollar amount, but I went back and forth and I asked for some clarification. I don't know if our staff and the utility, if we're talking past each other, there seemed to be disagreement whether or not there's even, there's no there there. You can't disallow something that's not there. So I tended to agree with that. But I also, don't know. This is, again, a thing that was outside of the settlement, and I just felt like we can address it later, leave it as is now, and address, something that I think that maybe staff needs to continue to have a conversation with the utility about, just to make sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Right.
So I guess that would leave me at, well, whatever. Current law.
Nothing.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
which isn't
alternative.
really an option.
Well,
right? I mean,
we can make our own options.
yeah, so you'd be at alt 4, do
Yeah,
nothing.
do nothing.
That's where I am.
Yeah.
I'll join you there.
Okay. Same issue for, now this applies to the Wisconsin Gas, same issue on Wisconsin Gas. So I was at just leave it as is and do nothing.
Agreed.
Yep, that's fine.
24F was in the settlement, so I'm at alternative to 4.4.
And I'm at alt 1.
Sorry,
Yep, 24F.
I don't wanna
Yep, oh, sorry.
pry, but,
Yep.
Chair, why are, on these, you're at just what had been filed previously as opposed to the updated?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, consistent with what I decided last week.
yeah, okay,
Pencils down.
okay, got it, okay. And I was at alt 2 on these as well,
Okay.
because I know that has gone up, so I was fine with that, okay.
24G is what is a reasonable cost rate for Wisconsin Gas forecasted long-term debt. I'm at alternative 2.
Yep, and I'm at alt 1.
And I'm at alt 2, okay. All right.
25 is uncontested, we don't need to discuss that. 26, should the WEPCO's forecasted fuel cost plan be adjusted to reflect applicants' controlled delays in purchasing financial hedges for the test year? So there was about, and I looked at their data response to this, there was about a 2.5-ish or 3.5 week delay in when they normally start the hedging. First of all, I didn't think that was a major delay. And two, staffs didn't really offer a quantitative amount, like you can discount it. And I have no idea what we would base that on, because it might turn out to be okay later. Then what do we do? So I am at alternative 2.
I am as well, and I think it's a little dangerous to go down that path. It's
Yeah.
like armchair quarterback, and I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
So for this, I'm at alt 2.
Yeah, I'll join you there.
27 is uncontested, but Commissioner Hebner, you said you wanted to discuss that?
Yeah, this is just the issue scope. I mean, the way the issue is written says identified generating units proposed to be decommissioned, but then the issue scope mentions 5 and 6. I would just expand that. It's the Oak Creek Power Plant. There's units 5 and 6. There's 7 and 8, and there's environmental control. So I just wanted to put that out there that as uncontested as this is, I just think it should be the holistic review of alternatives related to the whole Oak Creek Power Plant, not just the first 2 units, because I think a lot of the cost for these is in those pollution controls. That's the most recent investment. So that's why I wanted to talk about this one.
But Commissioner Hebner, don't you think that the way that the uncontested alternative is written, that
I think that it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
It captures what you'd like.
Correct, because it says generating units that will be protected. So I
Right.
think that is included.
Okay.
I just thought it was worth
Need
mentioning
a
that.
finer point on it. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Issue 28 is included in the settlement, and it relates to whether or not we should approve the agreement to securitize $100 million of the environmental controls at the Oak Creek Power Plant, and seek approval whether or not to extend the period for 25 years and levelize the remaining power plant unrecovered book balance after securitization. So I was at the accepting of the securitization of $100 million for an amortization period of 25 years. I know it's longer than what others have done, but again, this is what the parties had agreed to. And, I don't know what number we would pick, and what that would mean. So I would leave it where it's at. Alternative one.
This is another one where I say, if you're sitting at the table, why did you not bargain harder? But I'm not at the table. So I will join you at Alt 1.
And I think that's a fine resolution. My concern, and I was at Alt 3, is that, a couple concerns. One, pursuant to the discussion we just had on issue 27, we don't know, I don't think in the record, I didn't find it, I didn't dig for this one, what is the remaining plant balance on this plant? And how much of it is environmental controls? They've agreed to securitize 100 million of the environmental controls. Well, we know with Pleasant Prairie when they did that, that was the amount that was left. That's why it was 100 million, was because the balance of the plant of the environmental controls was 100 million. So on this particular plant, is that the balance or is it more? The other concern I had was related to the 25 years versus 13. And I understand the desire of particularly WIG and the efforts on this to basically lower the revenue requirement now and spread it out. The question I had is, you look at how it's spread out and it saves today's ratepayers $20 million, but it makes ratepayers who are born today and turn 19 in the year 2042 have to pay $20 million more in that year than they would have. Sometimes in water we hear this intergenerational equity question. It wasn't discussed or fleshed out. And I think it's just a question of, you know, is it the right thing to do? I mean, the people getting the benefit of Oak Creek plant are the businesses, folks using it now. So those were just the questions that I had. You know, I think that there may be more negotiation that can be done on that, and I'm not opposed to the levelization, but
Are you
it's
becoming
got
a
two
fiscal
votes, so.
conservative, Commissioner Hebner?
What now?
I said, are you becoming a fiscal conservative?
Oh, I
Or I'm
always
like,
have been.
I'm like sounding like you're worried about our debt and our national debt. And
Extremely.
Keep going. Keep
Yeah,
going.
right, I know.
All right.
I've got, you know, we can talk about that
You're long enough. We'll bring you over.
after your tenure, we can talk about the national debt.
Okay.
It is,
So
I
are
mean,
you at
it's at the
alternative
core.
one?
I'm not.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm at Alt 3.
Okay, we are now.
No, he's at Alt 3.
Oh,
No, he said he was at
No.
3, but he
Yeah,
said
3.
that he could,
No, you've got the two votes.
oh, okay, I thought that
So
you
we're moving
thought
on,
it was a
but
fine
I
resolution. I took that to
would,
mean-
I just think 100, I don't know why we would order 100 million. What if it comes back that the pollution controls, there's a $200 million balance? So I don't want to order 100. They file 100, they say, we told you, you know, you told us to do 100.
Right.
But now all of a sudden it turns out that there's actually a larger
Right.
balance and maybe there's more on the table.
Exactly.
As part of this entire generation fleet change and making it affordable for customers.
And that's why it, again, makes me scratch my head. I mean, to me, this is a gimme. And the fact that the bargaining parties at the table didn't push for more in an effort to save their customers money, more money. I don't know.
I had a lot of questions about that, too.
Yeah, I don't, what's the mission of the organizations? I thought it was to save their constituents money. I don't know.
Okay, we're going to take a break because
Is that on the game plan?
it is on the game plan. Although I will say you guys have done a bad job of keeping me on my game plan. You're not going to get good rate parts for that. Wow. Okay. Best laid plans again. So we're going to take a break. Can I use the bathroom?
Do you
But
have an estimated amount of time? Or
I would like at least 15 minutes. I just
Okay.
need a little,
Okay.
I want to regroup on where we've been. Staff's going to let us know whose revenue requirement we're now closer to. I think I have a hunch.
30.
Huh?
Request is
30 minutes?
Yeah.
We'll do 30 minutes. I'm totally fine with that. So, well, why don't we just call it 1 o'clock?
Sure.
And we'll then dive into the good stuff.
Our favorite.
Yeah, the good stuff. Okay, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, we are back from our 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock now. I know of 1 o'clock having arrived. Going back to my legislative time. I have some comments before we proceed, but Commissioner Hebner, I understand that you wanted to have a discussion about something back on revenue requirement.
Yeah, I brought it up in my opening comments, and it's related to the storm hardening program. And there's $38 million in this test year for that. And I mentioned there's, a lot of new federal dollars for that. I just wanted to confirm, because it's not even a listed issue in this case, that, I would entertain reducing that until we get a better plan. I know some other state jurisdictions have done that. I just wanted to before we finalize revenue requirement,
What issue number is that?
it
you
isn't
said it's
listed
not.
as an issue.
Okay, well, we just gonna
So
pick a
it's-
number out of whatever? What are we doing here?
So it's witness
Steve Petra.
Pecha?
Yeah,
Okay, pronunciation is Pecha.
Pekka.
And he describes it, and in 2023 test year, there's $38 million. It's overall, they're looking at a 10-year, $700 million program. As I kind of stated at the beginning, it's kind of to me, a time to make some hard choices. I mean, the rate increase is what it is. It's high. Are there opportunities to reduce it? This was one area where I thought more planning, at least in front of us, could be useful, especially with federal funds available, that this may not need to be an entirely ratepayer-funded program. So I would entertain reducing that until we have more information.
well, I don't think we have any basis to reduce it. I mean, if it's a project that needs a CA, they'd come in and get something like that, we'd scrutinize it more. I mean, we ask these utilities to go out and harden and make them more resilient and have a reliable system. And I don't know how we can just sit here and start the budget right now without knowing what the impact of this, maybe they have things in plans. I'm just kind of without words, without even how.
Yep.
I've never seen this kind of addressed before in a rate case where we're just going to start to line item stuff out of the budget, just to try to get the number down. But Chair Bach?
So Wisconsin Electric is planning to invest $38 million in the storm hardening program in test year 2023 and $700 million over the life of the program. I had noted that the storm hardening program equals failure to plan. And so I was actually prepared to take it all out. But given that the $38 million is in the settlement agreement, I would be okay including a condition that whatever the remainder is, the difference between $700 million and $38 million, that if it's a program, and if it's that high of a dollar amount, that they come back and provide us with more information. Because in my mind, this was another example of things that were just sort of swept into the agreement, but there's no sort of kicking the tires of, okay, well, but isn't this part of your O&M? Shouldn't you have been looking at when these distribution poles were going to get to the age that they needed replacement and include that in your distribution system planning process? Why was that not done? So why does it have to be a separate program? Of course, we want reliable utilities, reliable utility service. But there is going to be a significant amount of money, and my understanding is that that this particular company is planning to apply for some of those dollars. So I wasn't prepared to say, yes, go ahead and spend $700 million, which is one of the reasons why I'm rejecting the settlement agreement. So I would leave that $38 million as it is, because I don't know that we have an ability to just take it out.
So you're just saying, tell us how you're going to, you have this greater plan.
Right.
Tell us what this plan is. and
Right.
Give us some more details.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to do that.
I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, And like I said, I think this is kind of what came up in Michigan a couple years ago. We're not necessarily copying them, but the same kind of concept of, okay, we need to do some hardening. The dollar number was large. The Michigan Commission said, okay, well, before we just start incorporating this,
Yeah.
38 and then 50 and then however many millions per year, we want to see the plan for that. And I think in particular, how does, the distribution grid, there's a lot happening on the distribution grid. How do we make sure that that's optimized?
Right. And
So-
has this been a part of your distribution system planning process all along?
Yeah.
Is this something that's new?
Okay. So we've got 2 votes to keep it in this test year, and that's, I think, what I just wanted to confirm before we move on. So thank you.
Okay. Right. Before we move on, I want to try to figure out where we're at. So what we did what staff did during the break was kind of total up where the adjustments land with difference to either the settlement revenue requirement or the staff audit requirement. And to save all the suspense, we ended up much closer to the staff audit requirement. And so we'll work from that moving forward when we have our discussion on cost of service, rate design, and revenue allocation. But I guess I want to go back and say, at this point, I'm not sure we really have a settlement to even work with. And what we're doing is we've now peeled apart the components of the settlement and are working towards what, we would traditionally see in a rate case and just, go about setting just and reasonable rates. The parties, of course, under the statute can go back and figure out, do they want to accept and reject the modifications? And I'm not saying that they shouldn't go do that, but functionally, I kind of feel like, we can call it a settlement, but we're really just now working through components. And that the settlement, instead of, has served as a guide moving forward. So then that, and this whole thing, to me, is concerning. Like, I said before, I voted against settlements. I voted for them. There are, like you just talked about, there's things that are like, what? Like, what in the world? Like, how did that get there? And I thought that, at least in this one, there was an effort to respond to criticisms that both you and I made last time. Because on balance, I think that this still, as a package, should move forward. But right now, if I'm either an interest group or a utility, I'm scratching my head going, why would we do settlements ever? If they're just going to be, because this is it, we've tweaked settlements in the past. We've taken little things and, we'll say, it's that take it or leave it. We'll say, well, it's really, if they like this little thing, then fine. But this is now, to me, blown it up. Like, it's just taken it apart. And unfortunately, what I see is stacking the scale, because everything that added to the revenue requirement was removed, but all the other stuff stayed. And so now I feel like it's extremely unbalanced. I think it concerns me. I think it concerns, again, what I talked about of us having this constructive regulatory environment. And I think, unfortunately, this meeting is, there's a lot of people listening to us right now. Investors and people that advise on investments, and everything we say is going to be very much parsed. And, we had a discussion about potentially not including, we should look at whether or not, utilities who are being asked to do massive investments.
But who are they being asked to do those
Well,
by?
the-
Because
there-
everything I've seen in shareholder and investor slide decks, this has been voluntary investments. So
It is, okay, they have the ESG programs, the governor has his program. But we've approved them too. So aside from them being asked, I mean, we have approved. So now we're saying, well, we should look at whether or not you're going to get recovery on some of these, why would a utility continue to invest in, maybe 10 years from now, a commission says, I know they approved that, big solar plant, but yeah, we changed our mind now. That's just not part of the regulatory compact. Some might say it's a cost of doing business.
Have we disallowed today?
Well, there was a discussion about looking at recovery of, the assets that are going to retire prematurely.
Sure.
So I think that, these are just the things that I think, look, I'm not going to be here. Like, this is my last rate case. And the damage is, like, the chickens are going to come home to roost when I'm out of here. And I'm just telling you, this is probably the most unusual rate proceeding I've been in 11 years. And, but we're going to trudge forward. I'm just...
And to be clear, we are authorizing a rate increase. It's
I
not
know,
as though
I
we're
know.
decreasing rates or that we're in sort of a taking situation where we're not allowing recovery of prudently incurred costs. We are absolutely 100% respecting the regulatory compact, without question. We are agreeing to increase customer rates by, in my mind at least, a fairly significant amount. And so I think it's dangerous to sort of gloss over that fact.
No, we're still, and that's just part of the reality, right, of where we're at. But let me go back to where I'm at. Like, I feel like we don't functionally, like, the settlement's kind of weird right now. So, and I would have accepted all of it, but now, like, I would go back and revisit, I think it's 4J. The utility agreed to write off after we required them during COVID to take certain actions. I wouldn't have them write that off anymore. Like, we have to put some balance back to this.
So do you want to reject it?
The settlement?
Yeah.
Well, I think it functionally has been, but we can talk about that when we get, to the end of the stuff. But I would add that back in. I would add, I wouldn't put an order point requiring them to use shareholder dollars for the Keep Wisconsin Warm Fund. I think there's some other things we're going to talk about in their meetings and stuff. I mean, those were all part of the package as to why I agreed to some of these other things. And now if those aren't going to be there, I'm not going to sit there and look at these scales completely unbalanced. So, all right. All right, let's go to, yeah?
Let me just respond briefly, and that's related to the staff audit. I think everything that we changed, none of the ideas I had on my own were accepted. Okay, so everything that was accepted came from our professional staff. And, no offense to any of the settling parties, but we've got staff that do this for a living, for not
they're
just
not a
this
party.
utility.
We-
I know they're not a party, but if they analyze these various things for all these different utilities, IOUs and municipals, and this is how they treat things, I just don't see it as a problem that we rely on their expertise to say, well, this is $2.2 million more here, or whatever the numbers are. I mean, I think that that's exactly our function, is to take the settling parties who are negotiating and coming up with things that are in their interest, but it's our job. There was no, many of these rate classes don't have a specific advocate. And it's our job to be the ultimate balancing point on specific groups had specific things that they got out of that settlement. We have to say, is it fair to every rate class and every customer? And that's why I don't think the settlement law is dead. I think that, staff's audit matters and staff's professional judgment matters.
And they
So-
had that in consideration when they reached the settlement.
No, I
I would
agree.
agree with you had that not taken place, but if the settlement law is not dead, it's kind of on life support right now.
Which is fine. I mean, I don't know why we're dying on the hill for a settlement law if the end result is that we're handed a document and we're told very, very clearly, time after time after time after time, here, Commission, take this and rubber stamp it or leave it. If that's the way the settlement law is supposed to work, then I don't agree with it at all.
I've never
Because
treated
I
it
don't
like
think
that, yeah.
it should absolve us of our duty of balancing the interests of customers, all customers, and shareholders. And yes, this has been a peculiar case, but I would argue that's because the partial settlement was filed in October. And here we are, 2.5 months later, again, with our backs up against the wall, because it's been told to us time and again, take it or leave it, take it or leave it, take it or leave it. We want something by the end of the year, take it or leave it. And I do not accept that invitation. I just don't. I think we have to do exactly what we've been doing today. And that we have to, even though the applicants won't like it or the intervening parties won't like it, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to win a popularity contest. I'm here to take what is in state statute and what is our obligation as regulators to ensure that the investor-owned utilities in this state are striking the proper balance between protecting their customers and providing reliable service, while also maintaining the financial integrity of their company. And I think that that's exactly what we're doing, and I think we should.
I don't disagree with anything you said, because that's how I've treated every settlement, and that's why I've tweaked some, that's why I've rejected some. I just think that today it's kind of taken to a different level. That's how I see it. I think we've just taken it to a completely different level today. We can agree to disagree on that, and we'll see how it plays out later. So. So I think.
Can I just, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Before we move away from revenue requirement, just a clarification on the storm hardening reporting condition you had. Would you like to put a time period by the next rate case, by a date certain, by the next rate case? Thank you.
The partial reopener?
In the reopener.
I think then we are at 29C, cost of service based on, oh, shoot, no, that's a settlement.
29B.
A. B is a 9 ROE, A should be 9.8 ROE.
I'm sorry.
I'm on
We're at issue 29.
29A.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only need to do one cost of service analysis. A lot more testimony than sometimes normal here about throw theirs out, and whatnot. I don't think I've ever thrown one out. I do see some as out, the bookends. Obviously, the typical ones have their preferred, or the entities have their preferred cost of service studies, and I take those into account, and I do lean on some more than others when I look at revenue allocation. So no surprise here, I'm going to be at alternative 2, accepting, not adopting a specific cost of service. Again, that's 29A, because that's settlement, that's the staff audit, general ballpark number, staff audit pursuant to our discussion, 9.8 ROE.
Yep. Agreed. Alt 2.
Yep, I'm at alt 2.
Okay. Then, I think we'll go to 30A. Which is based off of that. Again, the staff audited a 9.8 ROE. Varying different, really, we didn't have a lot of, we just had the applicant and WIG and staffs. CUB didn't come in with their own, which I thought was a little unusual. They typically do. I have a theory behind why they didn't. They said they liked the original allocation, but that's because it was based on a number that doesn't exist anymore for them. And I think had they applied their numbers, they didn't want that out there because they just wanted that 5% number, which is doesn't exist. It's based off a number that's no longer relevant. But looking at these, and again, applying the cost of service using gradualism here, but also trying to be fair in cost causer, I thought that WIG did have a more reasonable approach moving forward. It was actually very close to commission staffs, except for some of the classes on a few. But I would take alternative 4 here. 29A, or I'm sorry, 30A.
Okay.
30A,
Got it.
yeah.
There's a wait behind. No, 111. Okay, so you are at Commissioner Noack.
I am at
Alt 4.
4.
Okay. I am at Alt 1, where I would approve the initial revenue allocation proposed by the applicants, adjusted for what our final revenue requirement is.
Okay, so
You're
you're
at
at the
the
CUB one,
original
which I
then?
just said doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Actually, do you know what those ratios are? I mean,
Well, I mean, I think we will, right?
Well, it is in, the tables have
Yeah.
okay.
applicant initials. Okay.
So as compared to the overall increase, you would give the residentials a lower than average. Lower than the average.
Yes, that is correct.
And, okay.
I'm coming in at Alt 2, so we may have to take a break and look at that one when we get back to this. I was coming in with staffs.
Staff. Yeah, and staff,
Revenue
and staff
allocation.
and WIGs are very close.
Yes.
So, yeah, we could take a break. I may be able to join you at staff since they're quite close.
I mean, this is talked about in the natural gas side. Just when you have a increase that's larger, just kind of trying to equalize it across the rate classes, you know, and that's the way they did it on natural gas. We'll talk about that. You know, the original one was differently balanced. So I'm going to give that some thought. Okay,
Okay.
so we have to come back to 30.
All right,
Where did you say you were, Commissioner Huber?
He's
I was
2.
at commission
He's at
staff.
staff.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute. So 30A, we're coming back to. Come back.
Okay. Sticky note? Is that what you said?
Okay,
Okay, so 30A. All right, thanks.
yep, now we can skip to, well, I don't know that we can do the next one because we haven't agreed on allocations. We'll have to come back because this one is dependent on the allocation.
Great, correct.
And I think 32 as well. Those two I'll just group all those together. Okay. The next grouping,
Do we
Yeah.
want to give our initial positions on those? I'm sorry, for
Well,
31 and 32?
they typically follow wherever you're at on,
Right.
I mean, so no.
Okay.
They follow where you're at on allocations.
Unless you wanted to do something different.
No, just on
Covers everyone
31,
headaches.
it's kind of whatever we decide on 30, how do we scale it based on the final number?
Oh, well, I mean, I think it should be done in the same proportion as, in the same ratios as the initial allocation, because I don't know that there's anything
Yeah.
unusual. Fuel was considered in that underlying one, so using a energy basis alone doesn't make sense on that one to me. So I think
Okay.
using whatever allocators, the same proportions that we do for the underlying, I would be there.
Oh, okay. Is that, what alternative are you at? I'm sorry.
That alternative.
So the two listed are
We don't
based on
have
a
to pick the
particular
numbers.
cost, so we're not there.
Right.
You're at an allocation using an appropriate
Consistent with
method of
the-
distribution.
I'm at an allocation consistent with the underlying allocation for the revenue allocation that we've agreed upon.
Right.
Okay,
So that's why she's saying it's dependent, so we should come back to it,
okay,
because we're not in agreement. There's
Got
no,
it.
we don't have enough votes.
okay, that's fine. All right, thanks.
So
33?
issues 33A through, if I can read my writing, I, perhaps, and then up to 34, and 34 are all rate design issues, again, all contained in that settlement, which is interesting. So I guess we should go through these. They are put out by bullet points here in 33, so there's really no decision on 33 itself. So 33A relates to the electrical monthly residential customer charge. You know, I think that this is one where I wasn't excited to see in the settlement. So actually, if I'm, right now, I would be at not accepting the decrease in monthly service charge because that was dependent on the acceptance of some of the other issues in the settlement. So again, I'm at my own alternative there.
Stay the same.
Yeah,
Alt one.
yeah.
I would accept it. So I was at alt 2.
Yeah, I was at Alt 2.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
33B is the appropriate rate structure for the CG3 customer class. This was proposed by two of the larger users in the area, and interveners, Roundy's and Walmart. I was fine with the proposed change to the CG3, so I'm alternative 1.
I was in the same place.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1. I would support this.
33C is authorizing them to offer a renewable energy rider tariff. We have one of these. We've seen it in action. I think they even want to expand it for MG&E, and I was fine with them offering that tariff here.
I agree.
Yep, I agree, alternative 1. It's been a good program for MG&E.
33D is whether or not to authorize the offer of a high load factor credit. This is important to some of WIG's members. I was fine with alternative 1. We've done this before with other utilities.
I was okay with it as well.
Yep, I'm at alternative 1.
33C, should we approve the request to reopen the CPFN interruptible service tariff? I was okay with doing so. I'm at alternative 1.
I was okay with it as well.
Yep, I'm at Alt 1 on this one, too. It's a good
How we all
idea.
get along here. Okay. 33F. Should the commission approve the extending the low-income lift forgiveness tool currently being offered by the applicants until its next rate case? You know, this was important. Well, it was interesting. Walnut Way liked it, but it didn't go far enough. It wasn't far enough for them. I was fine with their extension of it. Again, that was tied to the greater settlement, but I don't still have a problem extending it here.
Yeah, and I would also approve extending it, but I would want additional details. So in that limited reopener, or whether it's a separate docket, I would want additional information on just exactly what, all of the different suggestions that were brought forth, and whether or not those make sense. So I'm at Alt 2, and I would require them to file details either in the limited reopener or in a standalone
They can do a
docket.
TE there.
Yeah.
So are you asking for more details to respond to the suggestions made by the interveners?
Yes,
Okay.
and I think a TE docket makes probably the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the same spot as you, Madam Chair, which is alternative 2, but looking at this, and it kind of flows into the next one, is this collaborative process. And so maybe we'd talk about that with the next one, but I think it makes sense to, the other question on this was, does it need to be a tariff? Because it's not a tariff.
Right.
So that would be accomplished in the TE or TG docket. So I'm fine with either that or the limited reopener.
Okay, so the next one is probably the one where you alluded earlier, you have a handout, Commissioner Hebner. directing the applicants to work with CUB and other groups on developing alternative low-income assistance programs, including a potential percentage of income pilot, payment pilot. I've never been a big fan of putting things in orders that say, go talk to people. I think we're all, sophisticated adults and can go do that. And then particularly given that where the rest of this settlement has gone, I'm reluctant to put any of this into an order point. And, if they want to develop it organically, they can do as such, because a lot of the things I think that led up to this being in here have now been removed from the settlement. So I guess I'm curious to see where, how you guys want to handle this now that we don't have a balanced approach here.
Did you want to go with your handout?
I don't have a handout on
Oh,
this
you don't?
particular item,
Oh,
no.
no, you did.
He doesn't have a handout,
That was a
but
lot of
not on
buildup.
this issue.
Oh, I was excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think that alt 2 is appropriate in this particular case, that they need to, they did this for the low-income pilot
Yep.
years ago.
Yep,
And it worked. We don't need to set up the structure for it. The structure's been in place. But I think it's time to do the same thing.
right.
So I'm at alt 2.
And is your condition a separate TE?
Yes,
Yeah, that,
do separate TE.
that was mine too. And the one question, a couple questions. One, I think, is commission staff, because last time, we did have commission staff, Carrie here, engaged in a big way in that, and I don't know what to, do about that. I mean, it seems like our staff should be involved, or do we want to direct that? Does that just happen at your level to, just direct people's work plans? Or do we want some order, do we want that in our order here, that staff should be involved?
I think we can just say that we
Yeah.
want staff
Yeah.
involved, right?
Good enough.
Yeah.
And then the other question that was really brought up was the intervener compensation or funding idea. And so my thought on that was, if we open a docket, then, it's eligible for IC. If certain groups need to retain experts, we can take those IC requests as they come, but not sort of authorizing the funding here today in the test year, but handling it through the normal docketed and IC process.
Right.
So they would have to
100%.
justify,
No,
this is
it's-
what we're gonna bring to
Yeah,
the
oh, that's
table.
not
$250,000.
Right.
Correct.
I mean, that
So
was
we're-
something short of a bribe,
That's
to be
not-
honest.
that's
We're
I
not-
mean, that was,
Yeah, so
It's
we
just
wouldn't
not the
authorize it here.
appropriate
No.
process. that
But we would have a
use for
docket and a
intervener.
IC process.
Correct. We would
Okay.
use the traditional.
Yep,
Yep.
those
So-
were the things.
So other than,
Yes.
other than having staff involved, what were the modifications that you guys put on that then? Because why is that
Separate
different?
TE, just a
Oh,
separate
separate TE docket.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna not be on this one then, since they can do it. I don't know that we need to do an order point then, if we're not gonna be including this as a settlement.
Was there a date that we wanted a TE docket opened? The reason I ask is because those, Cub has some staff now, but like Walnut Way may not. So do we want it opened so that kind of the IC process, getting experts and staff involved, can happen before, so that those people are available to actually be part of the collaboration? Like, did you want to have it opened within 3 months, or?
I hadn't really
And
thought
we can
about
come back to that,
putting a
too.
time on it. I suppose. Did you have a thought or a suggestion?
I mean, I was going to say by the end of March, so in 3 months. Get the docket open in about 3 months, and then we've got hopefully 9 months to do the process. Or maybe sooner, I don't know. Or maybe not that soon.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later.
Okay.
What? Yeah, or even June.
Or when they're ready.
I just don't want, well, then that'll be never. Right. Oh, yeah. Right. Right, so you're thinking the date is just to open the docket?
Correct.
Not to require the
No,
filing?
no, no, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
April's fine.
Yeah, because I
like
think
April.
we open the docket and then we evaluate IC requests to see, okay,
Got it.
who's
Okay.
going to bring what to the table.
My concern with
Yeah.
having it earlier was I was thinking that that
No,
would be
it-
when the filing
no.
would be required, and then,
No, just to start our process so that the actual collaborative can do its work.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, so by April 1st,
yes.
just to open a docket, okay. Okay,
We're good?
yep.
Okay. 33H, should the applicants be directed to work with Cub Renew and other interest groups on the Bring Your Own Device Demand Response pilot? I think MGE has something like this, yeah, and it's, seems to be well. Again, I wouldn't direct them to do it. They can go ahead and do it. I would have included it in the settlement, but functionally, I don't believe that we have one anymore. If we end up with a settlement and the parties come back, it'd be fine including it, but right now, I'm, no. It's weird because I don't know what the parties are going to do.
Yep.
And so I'm kind of I'll include it if they, I don't know. You guys threw me off my game plan.
You should have put it on a bigger sticky.
So,
Okay.
For this one, I was at Alt 1.
Yeah, I was at Alt 1 on this one, too.
okay.
Sorry.
I mean, I suppose we're
This
going
is
to come
our
back and
missing
we're going to see the
clause for
final
our
order.
Station identification.
Oh, that's right. We have a,
So, those of you who are seeking to join the public and party hearing for docket 2805 WR 101, if you give a moment, if you go to the notice of hearing, you should join that hearing via the Zoom option. Thank you.
we need the beeps.
Beep.
Okay. So I'll revisit all that after we take another break, I'm sure. We will have this order come back, so
Yep.
hopefully the parties can confer quickly. Okay, 33I, should the commission approve the remaining uncontested electric rate design issues? Oh, did we all, you guys were at alternative
Tyler and I
one.
were at Alt 1. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was-
So, again, here I would modify again if this, I don't know why we have to mandate contribution from shareholders. So, yeah, I would remove that at alternative one.
No, so you're at Alt 2.
Well, three. Some of them.
Everything but the last
Yep,
one.
some of them.
I'm at Alt 1.
I'm at Alt 1.
These are more commitments. Is this where you have a handout, Commissioner Hebner?
No, mine is on the
Okay.
very last
All
one.
right.
If you want to see the handout, though,
really, I have been dying.
We can just, it's very short. It's not long. What do you think, Cindy? When's the time?
No, we'll wait. I'm sure it's
not-
worth it.
I
I'm
think
sure
we've
it's
talked
worth it.
about-
I would suggest we hand it out before we take our next break.
That
so
would be
folks
fine.
can have an
That would be
opportunity to
great.
look at it while we're.
Yeah,
I think we've talked about two of the four.
okay.
One, four.
34, are future rate design commitments of the partial settlement reasonable? Yeah, so, I think I'll still remain including those.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm at Alt 1.
Now we're on to STEAM.
Yay.
Oh my God, we haven't got
Downhill.
this yet. STEAM, this also then, this is going to get interesting with part of the settlement. The allocation for STEAM and rate design, is that reasonable? I was at yes, alternative one.
I was as well.
Alt 1.
36 is uncontested, 37. Now on the gas, Wisconsin Electric gas. And again, we're going to work from, that'll be sub-issue A. And we have here not as many cost of services that were provided. We have the A and the B to serve as guidelines, bookends, if you will. So I would be at alternative 2 for 37A, not adopting a specific one.
37A is the same as 37.
Well, 37 is the overall
Oh,
setup,
got
and
it.
A is
Yep,
the
sorry.
specific.
Sorry.
It's the staff audit
Okay.
at a 9.8.
I'm at alt 2.
Yes.
I'm at Alt 2 as well. I would look at both or all costs that were filed. Thanks.
Because you guys were at 9.8 for both utilities, both
Correct.
entities. Okay. Okay. So then we'll skip to revenue allocation. And that should be 38A. I was at alternative 1.
So consistent with the electric, I'm at alt 2.
Yeah, I'm at staff as well. These are closer than what we saw in electric, but I'm at.
Yeah, they're
I
not
was-
too far.
I
There's
was at
some
staff.
differences in the class 5 through 7.
Yeah,
Pretty
and those have
dramatic.
a really, yeah.
Like, for 6 and 7, very dramatic. The big one, the big revenue chunk on this is the residential, and that's about the same. So you guys are at that.
Does that, Commissioner?
Yep. Yep. So then I guess we can pick number 39 here. On the final, any changes to final revenue requirement should be consistent, I would think, with the underlying revenue allocation that was chosen. So,
So that would be all.
yeah, alt 2.
Yep.
Yep,
And I'm at Alt 2.
yeah, with the, consistent with how you guys just,
Right.
the staff allocation, yeah.
That's fine.
And just because I would have chosen the other, I would be at alt 1 here, but I'm
Yep.
on rate design.
Yeah, so I'm at alt 2.
Yeah,
Sorry, we're on 40?
yep. 40.
Yep, and I'm at Alt 2 with staff's design again. Okay.
Yep. Now moving on to Wisconsin Gas, which, again, we will be working from the staff audit revenue requirement numbers because they're in the ballpark of where we have landed. So we'll look at 41A for cost of service. Again, I would not select a specific one. I'm at alternative 2.
Agreed.
I'm at the same spot.
So then going to revenue allocation, we would be at 42A, and I would be at alternative 1.
And I'm at alt 2.
Yep, and I'm at Alt 2 on staff, with staff's recommendation again.
And then that takes us to 43B, again, how I've said the other ones, consistent, any changes to final should be consistent with the proportions that were just decided upon, the staff allocators, staff proportions.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree
Yeah,
on
okay.
that, Alt 2.
And then, just to stay consistent with where I was on allocation, I would be at alternative 1 on rate design.
And I'm at alt 2.
Yep.
Alt 2, yep, staff.
Issue 45 is WeGo and Wisconsin Gas proposal to consolidate 5 agricultural seasonal use sales service classes into one class with a single fixed charge and declining step block rate design reasonable. Yes, alternative 1.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, and then issue 46 is whether or not we include standard order conditions that were included in the last, in 5 AF 107 docket and the last rate case in 5 UR 109, along with the standard, well, maybe settlement order conditions. So depending on how this is actually phrased, I'd be an alternative one.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at alternative one here too.
I think we should break before we kind of do this whole wrap-up, because the last question is the settlement agreement, and I don't know that I don't know what to do with that yet. I want to think about it. Do we say we want to talk about the settlement? Oh, yeah. Did you have your hand out?
Now it's a good time for my handout.
Here you go. You really built this handout.
I know.
Right.
Yeah.
It's anticlimactic, I'm sure.
Let's see. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it?
Oh, additional order points, okay.
Oh, yes, you sure might. I have like 7 in various spots.
So this would be.
These are just additional conditions for issue 46.
All right, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
Let me walk through these,
sure.
just for the record and
Sure.
for the folks. I know it's still getting handed out, so just give a minute.
The remaining storm and few.
They're a hardy bunch.
And those that are joining us, the handout is available on the event calendar under handouts.
But not for Calvers.
Okay. So I'll just walk through these. And it's related to many of the comments I made today, but the first one would be related to Pleasant Prairie Power Plant. So it's been in the news that the company's looking to sell that there's people interested in buying that, turning it into an industrial facility. That plant has, a significant balance that ratepayers are paying for. So I want to know if they sell that, and we can figure out what to do with that if they do sell it. So I would require them to report back to us on the sale of all or any portion of that property. The second is what I've already brought up related to storm hardening. I think we've changed the dates per chair to be just before the next reopener, and I'm fine with that. Related to, any and all funding opportunities, in particular in my head was federal grants with the latest 1-2 punch that has been passed through Congress, the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, but there may be others, I don't know, that it's pursued or is pursuing to help fund that. The third is something that came up in the public comments. And it's kind of related to, it is the low-income issue. It's related to this $600 reconnection fee. I'm not an expert on it, but it came up in person in Milwaukee. It came up in the written public comments. One public comment I read said, well, I paid my $600 and then 2 weeks later I've got to pay again. And so I want to better understand that. I don't know. So basically my order condition there, as it says, is require a report in 3 months before the end of the moratorium on why is that in place, and are there, or if you want to change it, if you've worked with customers or customer groups, provide a plan to replace that fee with some other avenue, because it seems like it is a pervasive issue, according to the public comments. And the final one is related to voluntary energy efficiency. Clean Wisconsin, I appreciated their work in this docket. We did intervenor comp for them. I thought they did a very nice job of talking about the cost effectiveness. We understand that. We've seen it now in the acquisition dockets, although Commissioner Nowak and I disagreed about the value of that, now you've got the independent evaluator of focus on energy and the potential study showing it when we run it through Aegeus and Plexus, the utilities planning models, it shows cost-effective energy efficiency. The way the statute is written today, it didn't used to be this way. It used to be that we could order them to do it if it was cost-effective. That statute has changed. But I think that given the evidence that we have in this docket and previous, that it behooves them to file a plan for either updated programs for 2024. It could be included in the 2024 reopener, or if they haven't, if they're not going to file new programs, instead send us a report on why and what activities they have going on to look at increasing cost-effective energy efficiency in its territories. And then that can be coordinated, I think should be, with the continued progress that's being made in the performance-based rate-making docket. And that was one of the things they cited as not being able to engage in this case, is because that PBR docket is ongoing. So those are the four pieces that I thought would maybe help round out the suggestions made by multiple interveners and the public. So we can take that.
You're still wrong on that, by the way. Just for the record.
The models are showing that it's cost. I'm not saying it's going to
too late in the day to
replace-
start that argument. It's too late. Okay, let's take a break, because I need to, we
So,
need to talk about how we're going to handle this.
so it's 30A, 31, 32, electric revenue allocation, and then how we're going to handle the settlement. That's what
Yeah, and
my
I-
notes
I-
are.
And your handout.
And then anything on my handout, yeah.
Yeah, I put a note way back, but I think it relates to the same thing.
Okay.
Because issue 4 is kind of the same at the end as the last question. So yeah, basically the electric revenue allocation, rate design issues, and then the overall, how do we proceed from here question, and this. Yeah, so,
Sounds good.
You said about 15,
oh, God, no.
quarter two?
Yeah, 2:45, unless you guys need more.
I don't need, no, I'm fine.
Okay,
I don't need more.
Tyler?
I don't
What is
need
your
more than
handout?
that.
Okay,
The
yeah.
only thing I would maybe ask is we went through it and we ended up at 3 different spots, but Chair, your thoughts on the initial revenue allocation and why you landed there.
For electric?
Yeah, for electric.
That's what you want to talk about?
Well, I'm just curious how you landed,
Because I would.
because they switched their position, and I know
Right.
that was a big
Right,
part of the back and
exactly.
forth. And
Right,
so
exactly. So I'm staying with what was originally.
filed.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And that's just where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right, 2:45, I need longer. I need some time, so 2:45.
Oh. back into this case, we need to make another public service
That's
announcement.
at 3?
At 3 o'clock.
At 3.
Oh, sorry, we have
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, we
Okay,
gotta wait.
Then let's jump right back into it.
Yeah, we left off at a couple areas, and then let's pick back up at, let's finish up allocations.
Issue
Yep.
36, 30.
I thought it was 30, yep. And we ended up in 3 different spots, and during that time, we stepped out. Staff ran a very quick preliminary analysis of where, the numbers might look on allocation based on our positions and where we've landed on revenue allocation. So, Chair Vach, you were at what you called the applicant revised
No, initial.
initial.
applicant.
Yeah, initial.
Correct.
So,
Which is actually Alt 1.
Which-
So it's in it's in
Yep.
the far right column.
yep, it's Alt 1, it's close to Alt 3. We're looking at rough dollars again, rough numbers, an 8.8 to overall average increase. That would have residential at 5.7, and the highest then we see of secondary demand, time of use at 13.32. I was at what would be WIG's allocation under that, which looks similar to the staff allocation, which we've been presented with the exception of, I think it was the secondary demand customer base, if I'm remembering correctly. Commissioner Hebner, you were at commission staff's revenue allocation.
Initially, I was, yes.
Okay, that's not a good sign. Okay, so I still believe that the WIG one is the best one here that fairly compensates and uses all of the cost of service studies to do that. I think the one that, Chair, you've adopted doesn't even, Cub's analysis, it's even lower than what Cub's, in theory, in what their cost of service would call for under an allocation. So I don't think that one is balanced. So if you want to join me, Commissioner Hebner, I would welcome that
Okay.
at WIG's. Yes?
No,
Staff.
I'm waiting for everybody to talk, and I can give some ideas too.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm at staff for now, and,
Okay,
but we have to find 2 votes, so,
well, okay,
So
yeah.
you're still at Alt 2.
yeah. Yes,
Yeah, as of now, yeah.
yeah.
I'm still at Alt 1.
And you're still at all 1?
I
Okay.
will join you at all two, Commissioner.
You would?
Hebner. Yes.
Okay. The only other idea I had is looking at this is, I mean, you can see the, the push and the pull is really the residential,
Yep,
and then, primary and secondary demand. And I mean, there's others, but those are the 3 biggest classes. So my only other proposal is to direct staff to come up with something that's in the middle, between 10.9 and 5.7 for residential. I would, entertain the idea of just setting the residential at the overall average, 8.8, and flowing the rest through, to be within a close consideration of that. Basically more of a peanut butter approach where you just take, kind of like what we did with natural gas with the staff allocation, is just spread the increase more equally across instead of
me hungry.
seeing as a, picking winners and losers or whatever you
I'll
want to call it.
join you, so we got 2 votes at commission staff. Let's just do it that way.
Okay. I'm still at Alt 1.
You'd say it all one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so then we move on to how do we handle any final changes to that revenue requirement? And then I would do that in a manner consistent with the allocation that, with the staff revenue allocation proportionality.
Is that,
Just how you and I just agreed.
we're on issue 30B,
B.
and are you at alt 2?
Yes,
Okay.
yep,
That's where I was.
yep. And you're gonna be
Right.
somewhere else.
Right.
Okay,
Descent.
okay. Yeah, that's, oh, I'm sorry. That was rate design. Nope. Okay.
Sorry.
31.
So now we're on 31,
Yep,
right?
so I
Okay.
would be alternative 2 there. Yeah, commission staff's rate design. So any final changes consistent with, that's what I thought we had just answered.
I think we have answered that.
Yeah.
My only question, just the way this is worded, is it says e.g. energy or revenue. Do we need to pick one of those? And you're saying no.
I'm just saying we do it in the same,
It's just,
yeah,
it's
same
just an
allocation.
allocation across
yes.
that percentage.
Yep.
And I'm
Yep,
fine with that. I
Yep.
think it ends up being the same.
yep,
Okay.
okay. And then for 32, I would be at alternative 2.
Which is consistent.
Yeah. Commissioner Hebner?
My only question on this was, I mean, Melaman's one doesn't include everything where we did in 33, all the different rate designs. Whereas my understanding, I thought WEPCO 15, I'm sorry for doing this on the fly, did account for all of those. So that's,
We're gonna, while you look at that, Cindy's got to make her announcement.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, for those of you who are looking to join the hearing that isn't this one, the public and party session in docket 5440 WR 112. Please visit the Zoom option, go to the notice of hearing in that docket, and that will provide you instructions to join that hearing. Thank you.
You're so polite about it. I thought that staff's rate design did include a lot of this.
He's shaking his head no.
Yeah, so I thought on this one we had to land back at alt 1, which is accounting for everything that was in the settlement. All the rate design pieces. Because this one was filed, oh, it says 9/23, but, okay.
Well, I think to the extent that there is an acceptance of the issues from 33A through,
We've already
I-
captured that.
yeah, that then perhaps we do need to go with the, rate design from the utility. Or as it was in the the item formerly known as the settlement. Like ye or yay.
So that would be alt 1.
I'm getting a yes? Yeah, so yes. Yes, okay.
Alt 1.
Okay.
She's out on revenue allocation
Okay.
altogether. Right.
That's fine. I mean, I'll stay at my dissents on those individual things, but from a purpose of doing rate design, it makes sense to incorporate the ones that use those. Okay, so here's where we're at. I think we've hit all the issues, and now we kind of have to come back and talk about where are we at and what do we have and what are we approving. As I indicated, I think in our second break, it is my.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Conditions?
Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, how can I forget your conditions, Commissioner Hebner?
Waited for hours for this.
Here's my response on the conditions. On some of them, I think you raised some good points, and I would say, sit down and ask the utility. Like, I don't know why, like, to me, it's not necessary to make order points out of these things.
Okay.
I was a little confused about the assistance part and, the 600 reconnection fee. It's really a down payment fee, and it's not 600 for everybody. It depends on your outstanding amount. It's the, I think it's the lesser of 600 or a certain percentage of your bill, or maybe it's the greater of. So anyway, and there is an ability to use crisis dollars to set off some of that stuff. So that just goes to how the utility sets its down payment. what you need, the percentage for down payment, which I know you had raised, you were concerned with when we had those dockets open earlier. So I think that's part of this other issue that you have expressed concern about. But again, I don't know that we need to put these certain things in
Well, that's fair.
order points, because some of these, I think, there is a line between regulating and micromanaging, and I think that you can get answers to some of these things, but we don't need to put all of these in order points, so I would not accept these.
So I would, for number 1, I would accept it. For number 2, I would put it in the reopener, not the March.
Yes.
Number
Yep.
3, I would not include it, but what I would do is I would include it as a condition of the lift filing that we have required.
Yep.
And I would
Okay.
also add that there needs to be a comprehensive review of the utilities service rules.
Okay, yep.
And then I'm okay with
This
number
utility
4.
or all utilities? Well, we can't put it in the other order
Well,
for all of
just,
them.
yeah, just this one. And then 4, I was okay with. This is really just a status update.
Right, okay. I'll accept all those changes then, and we'll include those. Thank you. Okay,
Okay,
back to
so
you, Commissioner.
back to where we're at. Based on the conversation today, I really just set aside the concept of a settlement right now and approach this as we're going through a rate case. And just using the terms that have been itemized here in the settlement as a guide to our setting just and reasonable rates. And so there were things, obviously, that, and I indicated before, that I was willing to accept in light of a package. And then I have, for example, the COVID write-off, the fixed charge issue, have no longer accepted that. The other things that I have concerns about, and I think if they're going to continue here, because I think we need to reset some balance here, but also understand what our authority is. I mentioned the Keep Wisconsin Warm Fund. Those are shareholder dollars. I question our authority, and I would not put that in an order point because I question, one, our authority to do so.
Agree with that.
I don't think we can. So I guess I wouldn't test that. And then the other thing that was part of this larger settlement was the securitization of the Oak Creek power plant. And I don't know that now that we functionally don't have a settlement, how can we sit here and order that they come in with a filing to write that, to do that? I think that's a precarious thing to put in an order. And I don't know if you guys have thought about how do we have that authority now moving forward, since there is no longer the agreement based on a give and take. Can we do that?
What issue is that? I'm sorry.
It is
Do we happen to
issue
remember?
28 is the securitization issue. And you had dissented, Commissioner Huber.
Yeah, you were not there anyway, so I think,
So are you changing off of
yes,
that?
I'm changing off of it.
You're
yes.
off of it,
Uh-huh,
okay.
Yeah, because I don't think we have that authority. And one, I think we need to understand that, and then two, it was part of this larger, it doesn't prevent them from coming and doing it later, but it was struck in the spirit of negotiation.
And Commissioner Huebner, you were, if memory serves, you were at a point where you would have had them come in and discuss alternatives,
Yeah.
right, as to what to do with the plant?
Exactly. And that's what 27 was. Issue 27 is similar to what we had done with Edgewater 5, I believe, and maybe Columbia 2, and 6680 UR 123 is listed there. So more of a comprehensive, what are all the options?
Yeah. So I can
And we did
join you.
agree.
I can join you
Yeah.
there.
And I think we all agreed on that.
So you, say that again, you just want them to look at options, or?
Well, my concern with 28 was, as I kind of mentioned before, that in the case of Pleasant Prairie, when they sought $100 million, it was because that was the amount of the environmental controls. And the interpretation of the law as it is today is that only the environmental controls can be securitized, not the full plant balance. And so my concern about Oak Creek is we don't know what that number is. Right now, in the settlement, the applicant has offered to do $100 million. My question is, well, what is that total balance? Are we, and what is that give and take related to the whole balance of environmental controls? And again, that was in the settlement, so
But we've
we don't know.
We've lost that give and take, right? Based on
Well-
the decisions made here today, we've lost that. So the question now is, do you want to order them to file for securitization? Like pretend that settlement didn't come to us. That's the question. And I think the question is, when do you want to and when can we? I think that's the question.
Okay. Are there any other issues? I might need
Nope.
to ask the attorneys about
think
that.
so.
Are there other issues you wanted to clean up?
No, I had indicated, I think when we went through issue 33, which had a lot of the rate design stuff, where I would not be accepting items based on
Yep,
the dismantling.
yep.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I think we need to take a break.
Okay,
So is 28 the last issue we need to address?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we have everything on the
And then I think
table.
the final motion would come back, and just like any rate case, where we all individually, there's two vote, do we move to accept
Yes.
pursuant to our discussion, that kind of thing, rather than, I'm not going to address the settlement, so, okay. We didn't say how long we were going to be out, so I'm sure people are waiting in suspense. Are we back? Yeah? Okay. We're back at discussing securitization, so left it with you guys.
Okay. So I would join you, Commissioner Hebner, where you were originally, which is Alt 3, asking for additional information as it relates to, what is the remaining balance. And then my suggestion would be to just include it as part of the limited reopener that we agreed to allow.
Yep. And that sounds, I'll join you there. I mean, the way this is written, the last part of this is seek alternative financing arrangements for the remaining unrecovered book balance. And that's the holistic
Yep.
point I'm making. I think that accomplishes that. So I will join you there. That's fine.
So you guys aren't ordering them to securitize, you're ordering them to seek,
To
come
provide
with a
an
menu
analysis.
of financing things.
Yes.
Correct. As part of their,
Okay. And you would have them do that in the limited reopener?
right.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
I still will, just because, one, that's on the list, but two, that it was part of a greater settlement discussion, I will dissent from that.
Okay.
Dissent from,
28.
Yes.
right, but are you now dissenting on 27, which is the requirement that they do the analysis based upon the now added condition that it's to be included in the limited reopener?
I would not include it in the limited reopener.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so I think we are done with this, just subject to our final motion. And again, we're just going to do a motion based on our discussion here today and based on the application and issues before us. On balance, there are things that we have individually agreed to and dissented on. So I think that will all be noted in the record, but for purposes of advancing it, and I would like this order to come back to us.
I agree.
So I know we have a tight timeline, but happy holidays. So if someone else wants to make that motion, because you guys are probably sick of me talking. Or no?
So I move that
Yeah.
we draft an order consistent with our discussion today and bring that order back to the full commission.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. All right, easy. Next one. Docket 6690, UR 127. Hang on. I'll switch gears. This is the application for Wisconsin Public Service Corporation to change electric and natural gas rates. They also filed late April of this year, and they also updated their filing in July. They indicate drivers for the electric revenue requirement increase were identified as ongoing capital investments to transition from coal to renewables and natural gas, such as the Red Barn Wind Farm, Paris and Darien solar and battery projects, Weston Rice, and the proposed acquisition of Whitewater natural gas plant. For drivers and natural gas revenue requirement, they indicate largely due to capital investments that have been made to maintain and improve safety and reliability. Staff did a full audit again in this case that was completed in early August. Also showed a revenue deficiency, although not as large as what the original applicant's original filing was. They identified an increase of $109.7 million, or 9.51% is needed for Wisconsin jurisdictional electric operations, and a $26.1 million increase, or 7.07% increase needed for Wisconsin jurisdictional natural gas operations, and that too was based on a 9.8 ROE. We have interveners in this case similar to the one we had just discussed, because all of the parties after the settlement and short of on the eve, I think, of the technical hearing, a settlement was reached, and this was not a partial settlement. Or, I'm sorry, it was not partial as to parties, but it was partial still as to some issues. So, included in the settlement was the Citizens Utility Board, Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group, Renew International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 420, Clean Wisconsin, Roundy's, Walmart. And so before, I guess, we get to, like the last one, and this one doesn't have as many issues in it, but like the last one, I was prepared to accept the settlement here on whole. Again, given the give and take that went back and forth and looking at the question of, is it overall reasonable? My answer was yes. And that, I guess, before we start to, where should we start to work from based on our discussion from the last time? I could go back to my original filed game plan if you guys are accepting of the settlement, or we could start to proceed and move like we did with the last one.
Yep, so I'm in the same spot as
Okay.
I was for
Okay.
the prior case.
Okay.
I'm in the same spot too. I mean, I guess I was viewing this as approving a settlement, but with, or partially approving the settlement, but with some changes same concepts as what we talked about in the last case. So I do have some changes based on the issues, mainly staff's changes, so.
Yep,
Okay.
so really just adjustments,
Yep,
right?
yep. So the first section then we'll go through is the procedural steps and requirements of well, I don't know that we need to do that, honestly. I mean, we could find that,
Yeah, the
Aspects, but that
procedure was
the
met.
overall does not.
yeah. So I'm at alternative 1 for issues 1 through 3.
I am as well.
I am as well.
Next, we'll step into issues on revenue requirement. Hang on. I think that's going to be 4A through I mostly.
Yep.
Okay. So let's just jump into 4A.
Bless you.
This has to do with the commission staff proposed electric sales adjustment as identified in the record. I was at accepting what the settling parties at that position, what they accepted, not the adjustment that staff had made in its audit.
And I was going to accept commission staff's adjustment, so I'm at Alt 1.
Yep, and I'm at Alt 1 as well.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay.
Yeah, just had a mini stroke, but I'm okay.
What's the appropriate, 4B, what's the appropriate natural gas price impact related to storage, inventory, working capital, and gas? Again, the manner in which they reached in the settlement, I thought was reasonable. I guess we'll still use that as some type of basis, even though I don't think we have a settlement. But so I would be alternative 2.
And I'm at Alt 1.
I'm at Alt 1.
Issue 4C relates to the appropriate full-time equivalent rate. Again, like the last case, there was an adjustment. Parties reached a number of positions. There was an adjustment, a further adjustment suggested by staff. Even though that was known to the parties at the time they settled, I guess the question is still, do you want to go with the staff adjustment on that? And I would be at no.
And I'm at yes.
And again, Chair, that's just for the part-time and non-represented, and that's
Correct.
where I'm at too, that the
Correct.
represented would be restored.
Seasonal and
So you
non-represented.
partially restore
Yep.
some of them. Yeah.
So a portion of, yep, okay.
4D has to do with the force majeure increase at Red Barn, and I was okay with including that in the revenue requirement, alternative 1.
And I was okay with that as well.
Yep, I was too, and they did provide evidence of how they negotiated that down, so I can't talk about numbers, but that is noted and appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, 4E is uncontested.
Yep,
I do have my note here that on the uncontested ones that you wish to discuss.
There's a couple,
Yep,
yep.
yep.
Thank you.
Yep, yep.
Do you have them marked, or do I need to?
Nope, I got 'em.
Thank you. Okay.
4F. How should the COVID regulatory asset be addressed in the revenue requirement? I would not accept the write-off now. I would be at alternative 2.
And I'm at alt 1.
I'm at alt 1.
4G, what maintenance adjustments are appropriate for operation and maintenance expenses? Again, staff had a larger write-off than what was presented to us from all the other parties that are uncontested. So I would take the uncontested parties, except, yeah, all of them. So I'm at alternative 2.
And so I'm at alt 1.
Yep, and I'm at alternative 1 on this as well.
Just have to write myself a note here. Issue 4G, sub-issue Romanet 1. Should the commission authorize deferral accounting treatment to capture differences between the estimated and actual O&M costs at the Columbia Energy Center included in the revenue requirement? I would authorize deferral, alternative 1.
I would as well, alt 1.
Yep, I'm at alt 1.
Issue 4H, I'm going to remain at accepting the inflationary increases.
And I would not.
For all the-
I'm at alt 2.
Okay.
And I'm at alt 2.
So I still, just as I'm still thinking about this, like because I'm doing this, like I treated these still as uncontested items, right? Even though like I'm saying we don't functionally have a settlement in front of us, like these are uncontested. So, except for the staff position, which again, they're not a party. So that's why I treat these as all as uncontested items. Because they are.
Because you're accepting the settlement agreement, which essentially deems them to be uncontested. I'm not accepting the settlement agreement, therefore the issues are contested. I think that's the difference. Right.
Yeah, It was just interesting how, and I think the parties noted that in the letters they sent. You know, it was just a way, it was an interesting way this was presented to us,
That's how
right?
we've always done it. This isn't anything new.
Not with the staff position after the audit, like, I don't recall that
Regardless of whether or
stuff.
not it appears in the decision matrix, we have the ability.
still have it, yeah.
To say,
No,
like,
yeah.
I actually agree with staff's adjustment, and I don't agree with what the parties agreed to. So I don't know if it's form
make
over
it
substance.
interesting. Okay, 4I. Are we, so we're at, yeah, 4I. Should revenue requirement be adjusted for electric and natural gas rate base and QUIP? I'm at alternative 2.
I'm at alt 1.
I'm at alternative 1.
Issue 5, should we authorize a limited electric reopener for 2024? I'm at alternative 1.
I'm fine with that, alt 1.
I'm fine with that as well.
6, should the commission require the applicant to defer any impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act with or without carrying costs? I'm at alternative 1, short-term debt.
Same.
Same.
Alt 1, short term.
Yep.
Just like the last one, the OPEB costs, treatment of accounting, I think that can be addressed later on. It wasn't fully developed here, so I'm at alternative 2.
I would require it, similar to the last case. So I'm at alt 1.
Yep, I'm at alt 1.
Issues 8 through 20E are also uncontested in my view, but you want to talk about 12,
Yes.
20B, and 20E, so.
And there is one element, I think it's issue 11, in adjustment 17, that given the majority's vote on sales, that affects adjustment 17.
Okay.
So that's a $6.1 million adjustment that flows through. So I would note
Just
your-
noting it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I would note your, then,
Yeah,
so you would accept
yeah. Yep,
Except you would dissent on, and you would change 17 to
Yeah.
reflect and you would dissent.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Hebner, I have no need to discuss any of this 8
Yeah.
through 20E. You want to discuss
Yep.
4 of them, so,
Just issue 12.
yep, okay.
And issue 12 is the same exact thing I've brought up for Columbia with MG&E and Alliant in the last 2 fuel cases we've had, and that's related to the coal rail constraints. It's shown in Exhibit PSC Mylata 2, the latest fuel update, and that's the same thing that happened in the last ones where essentially they're not able to get coal to the plant, they're conserving the coal. My preference is to reduce that and take it out and give them the incentive to solve the problem. So it's just the same as I've been in the last ones. So I would remove the 20.6 million out of the fuel budget related to the inability to get coal to Columbia.
And I, again, respect your
Yep.
position, but I do not agree.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't agree either.
Noted. Okay, so that brings us through to what number did you say?
Well, do you still want to go to 20B, 20E, and 23?
Yep, I can skip ahead to those. I think it's the same thing on capital structure that I brought up before. We come into this case at 52.5%. It's just assumed, a given. There's really no discussion in the record of why we would increase this to 53%. It's about a $1.4 million impact according to our staff, and I just didn't see record evidence that would support that. So I would keep the capital structure at 52.5%. And that's 20B and
Yeah.
C.
Yeah, I
So-
don't have any modifications to that, so.
I don't either.
Okay,
So, the next issue then that we have to make a decision on is 21A,
yes.
the ROE. And for all of the reasons I stated about 4 hours ago, which
We're
feels
moving
like
faster
8,
this time, though.
I think we should just hold steady where we're at right now. So I would maintain the ROE at 10.
Okay.
And for this one, I'm again at 9.8%, so I'm at alt 2.
Okay, and I would join you, Chair, at 9.8 at alt 2. But where I came in was to look more about 9.6 or 9.5, but I'll join you at 9.8. And the reason for that is just the industry average. You know, Walmart, others have testified that, you know, Wisconsin is just higher than the industry average. I'm not trying to be punitive or send some kind of signal that we're not supportive of our utilities. I just think the collective wisdom of 50 state commissions says that's about where it should be. That's where I would go towards. So that's why, just to make that clear.
Okay.
Thanks.
I would just caution that if you were willing to go down 50 basis points, I can never imagine any of us going up 50 basis points. So we have to use that, you know, which is, I'm glad you landed at 9.8 because
Yeah.
we have to be careful of swings in both directions. 21B, I would be at the 4.92. Yeah, alternative 2, short-term borrowing rate.
So you're at alt
Right.
2.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the
That's the
updated one.
updated number.
Yeah, the updated number.
Okay,
And you would dissent.
yeah.
Yeah, these flip, the interest
Yeah.
rates are different from the
Yeah.
last case.
Right.
Yeah.
So, to me, this was, I'm at alt 2. So just the latest numbers, I know they're changing rapidly. We understand that. So I'm fine with alt 2. I'm at alt 2.
And for 21C, just like the last one, there's just, I think this can just be resolved, if not brought up later. I don't think we need to, I would do all 4.
Yep.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, we're at 21D. Reasonable rate for the applicant's forecasted long-term debt. I would be at alternative 2.
I'm at alt 1.
And I'm at alt 2.
22, should the applicant's forecasted fuel cost plan be adjusted to reflect applicant-controlled delays in purchasing financial hedges for this test year? Same reasons as in the last case, I would be at take no action.
Agreed.
Agreed.
23 is uncontested, but you had flagged that, Commissioner Heber.
Yep, same as what I said last time on Oak Creek. This just, the issue writes any other generating units, that I'm fine with. The issue scope just lists Columbia Unit 1. So again, I would just make sure that that's broad enough. Columbia's got Unit 1, Unit 2, and all the pollution controls, so that's just the clarification I wanted to make. I don't think it's
Okay.
controversial.
So do we need to, I mean, we're at staff's audit revenue requirement. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. So we're at the point where we were,
Yep.
you know, we're gonna take a break just to let staff crunch the numbers. Yeah, on revenue requirement, and then we'll proceed to cost of service, revenue allocation, rate design, et cetera.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we are, we've been provided some updated numbers from staff, again preliminary, just based on our discussion today. And they're all, of course, subject to check, but it helps us guide where we should go regarding when we set, use as our guide to set cost of service and revenue allocation. Just ballpark numbers, based on the adjustments that were just made here to revenue requirement, we're looking at about a 9.01 average, overall average increase, which falls in, and so we're going to use, just like we did in the last case, as a basis for setting the numbers. Obviously, that's, again, subject to all the numbers going in exactly, but we'll use, for purposes of our discussion, the staff audit for cost of service and revenue allocation. So that means we're going to look at issue 24A, and I would accept or do not adopt as a specific one, alternative 2.
I agree.
I agree.
So then we can skip down to 25 on revenue allocation. And again, 25A, this is at the staff revenue requirement and a 9.8 ROE. Again, WIG and staff's was very close here, like the so I was at alternative 4 on that allocation.
And I, again, was at alt 1.
Okay.
Okay, and at this one, I'm at alt 3. So that's the WPSC revised revenue allocation, and this one was really, well, it wasn't that different in the last case from the initial, but this particular one, you can see the overall, which again, the numbers have changed, but just looking at this, 9.5% puts the residential at 8.35 and the primary CP1 at 8.79. So again, instead of kind of fighting and picking one over the other, which the initial allocation has less than 6% residential. But I guess it's somewhat.
Well, the
all just
initial one
goes
you
up.
should,
just
look
goes up.
at, not that number, but where it is relative to the
Relative to the
overall
others, yeah.
increase. Yeah.
So I guess I would be at alt 3, but from a scaling perspective, maybe it's the same as alt 1.
Okay.
Is that fine?
That doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense to you guys?
So I would,
So you're going to join the chair?
yep. Because this one is more evenly spread across all the classes for this company, the original allocation.
Yeah, well.
So I would do that instead of more for some classes and less for others.
So you didn't really adhere to a cost of service?
Not any one in particular, no. Yep. Just like we said, I looked at all of them. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Take that as a dissent.
Yeah, we take that as a dissent.
Mhm.
So then that moves us to 26, I'm guessing. Any final changes to revenue requirement, how they should be allocated among the customer classes? So, I mean, I guess typically we do it in the same allocation. I guess we should. I don't approve of the initial allocation because I don't think it is representative of a fair cost of service representation, but,
I would just have you as a dissent.
Yeah.
Same thing at
Yeah.
the last case when Chair
Right,
Rock
when
didn't
I
agree.
did-
Yeah.
She
right.
just dissented
Yep.
on those.
Right.
yeah.
So this one I'm at alt 2.
Yeah, I'm at alt 2 as well.
Rate design, overall rate design, I would be at,
Think it dissent.
yeah, I know it's a dissent, so I don't know, it doesn't matter. So,
For rate design, I'm at Alt 1.
Yeah, I'm at Alt 1 as well. Because the applicant incorporates all
Right.
the changes that we're about to talk about. Okay.
so issue 28 is the individual components of the rate design, a lot of them that are similar to the WEPCO case. I would not accept, and I don't know that we have to go, they're kind of broken out, most of them. But because there are, the components of the settlement have been pulled apart, I would not agree to 28A or the part of 28E related to the Keep Wisconsin Warm Fund.
Okay. So we just go through.
Again,
them
I don't know that we have
individually
authority to do that. But, yeah, I guess we could go through them.
then? Okay.
So for 28A, I'm at
Yep.
Alt 3.
Yeah, and I would be at 2. Yep. So Commissioner Hebner?
You're looking at $17.92, Chair? The commission staff, okay. Okay, I'll join you there. Yep.
28B, I was at Alt A.
Yeah, I'm at alternative 1.
A, you mean 1, yeah. Yeah, 1. And then
one.
28C, I'm at all 1. And
I am as well.
Yep, and I am as well. Again, that's been a very good program.
28D, alt 1.
Agreed.
Agreed.
And then 28E, except for the Keep Wisconsin Warm Fund, I would separate that out.
And I'm at Alt 1.
I'm at Alt 1.
Extension of the LIFT program, alternative 1. That's 28F.
So I'm same as the last case where we would have a separate filing.
Oh, yeah, I dissented on that. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did. Yep.
Yeah, so you're at Alt 1 with the condition that it is filed as a TE.
Yep.
I'll join you there.
Yeah, and I dissent. And then 29, future rate design commitments. I will dissent. I'm at alternative 3.
And then this one, I'm at, I guess it would be Alt 2 with the date that you had proposed, Commissioner Hebner. I think it was the date you proposed in the last case.
Yeah,
April?
let's-
Did we settle on April?
Take a look.
Yeah,
I did.
April. April 1st.
Okay. Issue,
Hold on. hold
Right,
on.
to open a
Yeah,
docket.
Slow down. Thanks, sorry. Okay, so what would the April 1 be on for this particular one?
That we would open the docket?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
are we good?
Yes.
Okay. Issue 30, appropriate rate structure for the response rewards programs. This was not in the settlement, but I was at alternative 2. Response rewards.
Issue 30, Alt 2?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, I can join you there.
Okay.
Sorry. Where were you on the cooperatives? Agreeing, everybody, issue 29.
Yeah, I was at no. I was at
Okay.
like 3.
All right, and you-
Yeah, they
I'm at-
were, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the gas,
And then 30, you are at,
Alt 2.
yeah, we're all at all 2. So with respect to the gas side, we'll work from 31A for cost of service, and I'm at alternative 2, not adopting a specific.
Agreed, I'm at Alt 2.
Alt 2, thank you.
So then we go to 32A, and I was at alternative 1.
And I'm at Alt 2.
I was at alternative 2, commission staffs.
Then 33, changes to the final revenue requirement.
I think there's one more, sorry.
It'd be the same. All two for 32B.
Yep.
Yeah.
We just need to confirm
Yep.
that.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
at alt 2 on that.
Yeah.
Because there is a tariff issue.
Right.
Yep. So commission staff, yep.
B? What's the settlement agreement?
Oh, it's the natural gas revenue allocation.
Oh, I'm sorry, A or B. Yeah. Well, however it shook out, I'm at alt
That
2.
we would be 32A. 32A, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. It does, but 32B is the settlement audit revenue number. 32A is basing it off the staff audit.
Right.
Yeah. And I was working off the staff audit.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
why
I
I
think
skipped
there's
32B.
the resolution in 32B of this CGXSL fixed charge that staff had to adjust. So I'm accepting that staff adjustment.
Right.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear on that.
Oh, because you accepted staffs in the prior.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Yep,
So 33,
yep.
the changes to final revenue requirement, I will dissent on that. You guys would be at the same proportion, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Alt 2.
34, natural gas rate design, I would be dissenting on that, since assuming you're going to be
Alt
at
two.
2.
Alt 2.
35, uncontested.
Correct.
Okay. 36 is final order points. Do you have any handouts for us, Commissioner?
I do not. I do not, thank you.
Okay. And again, whether or not we have to include the settlement ones, I don't know that we can, I guess, we'll have this order come back.
Right.
And just to be clear, I mean, the order, you not affirmatively accepted the settlement.
Well, I don't think we have one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the
Right.
order will
Be consistent.
reflect that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm at alt 1. If you two both, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
I'm at
Yeah,
alt
yeah,
1 on
yeah.
issue 36.
The applicable conditions will be included.
Correct. I didn't have any changes to them.
Okay. So I think then the motion would be, in pursuant to our discussion, and I'll move, to pursuant to our discussion today, we have commission staff draft an order consistent with our discussion in docket 6690 UR 127,
Second. Oh,
and we want it back.
bring it back. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That concludes our official business for today. The next open meeting is scheduled for Thursday, December 8th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m.
Move we stand adjourned until December 8th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.